guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A federal judge in Minneapolis has ordered the Department of Homeland Security to not destroy or alter evidence tied to the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol amid legal challenges from Minnesota officials.
Every use of force looks ugly. Deadly use of force looks uglier, but there is such a thing as awful but lawful.
Former Miami-Dade Police Chief Juan Perez says video alone may not tell the full story and calls for a complete investigation. President Trump has sent Border Czar Tom Homan to oversee operations in Minnesota. Republican lawmakers expressed concern over the U.S. potentially withdrawing troops from Syria.
South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and Texas Congressman Michael McCaul reacted to a recent report from the Wall Street Journal and warned a decreased presence in the country would benefit the Islamic State. Pentagon cited success in fighting ISIS as the reason why it began pulling about 600 troops from Syria last year. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
All traffic is stopped on the field. Aircraft upside down. We have a passenger aircraft upside down.
This is Levant Fire. Request with the tanker to respond to Bangor International Airport for an overturned aircraft.
7 people are dead and 1 critically injured after a private jet crashed during takeoff at Bangor International Airport in Maine. The FAA says 8 people were on board, with the pilot surviving the crash. Emergency crews responded just before 8 local time. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani says the city should return to normal Tuesday following a major weekend snowstorm that dropped nearly a foot of snow.
Our goal is for all services to be fully restored by tomorrow, with all streets cleared, students back at school in person, and our city back to normal, albeit with a lot of snow piled up.
Mamdani says thousands of sanitation workers plowed and salted streets. Though crews are still working, a hazardous travel advisory remains in effect. Texas is getting through the current Arctic freeze, but energy experts warn future storms could pose bigger risks.
We don't have all the power plants we need.
University of Houston professor Ed Hers says rapid population growth is straining the grid, adding that while the new generation is coming online, it may not be enough as Texas adds more than 1,000 residents a day. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.92 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.16. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, everybody, bundle up. It's showtime. And away we go. Ready to wrap up a Monday? We'll call it a Tuesday. Time zone to time zone. Shall we turn the page on the calendar? 27th day of January. Ready to roll. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, where technically we don't have a temperature outside the secret bunker. A big old 0. Yeah, getting ready for the wind chills. Continue dropping through the overnight hours. See a 20, 30 below wind chills for our area at times. I was just kind of scouring around some of the extreme cold warnings that are, again, impacting all the way to the Gulf Coast. Portions of southern Texas tonight. You're looking at wind chills, maybe 10 to 15 degrees. I just clicked over into portions of Mississippi. Wind chills 0 to 13 below. As we roll into a Tuesday, we've got extreme cold warnings all the way down into the Gulf Coast areas of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the Florida Panhandle. Looking at wind chills as low as, say, 15 degrees. And we're talking all the way down to the Gulf Coast, though. It's a mighty cold night for folks not accustomed to that kind of weather. Last check, the death toll attributed to our monster weekend storm and the bitterly cold conditions, 29. I think I just heard on the news break, 8 fatalities in New York City alone. And this Arctic air is not going anywhere, not anytime soon. It's going to hang on from Texas to Georgia in the wake of the ice storm, keeping many areas ice covered and without power for numerous days. At the peak of the storm, of course, we had over 1 million customers from Texas to the Carolinas and Virginia without power Sunday afternoon. The part of the storm producing that freezing rain, the devastating freezing rain, ended from west to east, of course, as we closed out the weekend there. Storm actually left up to 5 inches of sleet in some areas, with a coating of freezing rain. Some areas saw over an inch of freezing rain reported in those hardest hit areas. Oxford, Mississippi was one of those locations with anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of freezing rain that accumulated on the trees, power line. Lots of incredible damage there. Now, despite the fact that the sun indeed came out this past day, and we'll see more sunshine most days, you're not going to get a whole lot of natural melting of the snow. The mountainous areas, there may be some natural melting, maybe not till early next month. And for those without power, that means definitely the risk of hypothermia and cardiac stress for some. These freezing temperatures for multiple nights forecast as far to the southeast as the northern parts and central parts of Florida, with the potential for frost further south over the interior of the Florida Peninsula this week. Obviously, where we do see some daytime melting, we did see some of that. Temperature was only 12 degrees, but the sun was shining, things becoming a bit slushy, roadways wet. That all freezes over to solid ice, obviously, when the sun goes down. That's going to continue to be the scenario for several more days. Obviously, nighttime temperatures well into the single digits, teens and 20s. So still advising travel only if necessary until conditions improve. I know the interstates in our area made a lot of positive progress this past day. Things are much better than 24 hours ago. Many of the side roads and some of the parking lots are still a big-time mess. I know it may be partially due to the extreme cold temperatures, but grandkids, no school again here for the coming day. So that makes it a 4-day weekend. Will it be 5? Will it be 6? This bitter cold's not going to be going anywhere, as I said, anytime soon. We're talking wind chills 20, 30 below pretty much every night through the week here. Who we got on board? Philly Dan, 18 degrees in Philly right now on the plus side, but windy conditions as we get things underway. Pappy, saddle up. It's the midnight hour. 0, yep, a big old goose egg, Harrison, Ohio. I managed to get one of the cars dug out of the snow this past day. The daughter's car, well, not so much. Thanks to the neighbor that dumped all their snow on her car. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. The leftist communist has our country spiraling out of control, folks. Nonetheless, the smoking lamp is lit. Watch your 6. My daughter actually, saved Grandpa or Dad from having a heart attack. She got out there for several hours and dug out the end of the driveway, which, that's what everybody's having to do. Once you get the driveway cleared, plow comes by and puts another 1.5 feet of snow at the end of the driveway. I saw Pappy had that scenario. Daughter's car was on the street, and I guess the dumbass neighbor come out and shoveled all that snow, on the edge of the end of their driveway and just threw it right in front of her car, and some of it on the car. Good golly, no common sense. So we're kind of wondering, are the plows done coming through? Are they just going to come right back by and bury the end of the driveway again? So we have to dig out tomorrow. All right, hello to Bob in Michigan, underway. Plowboy checks it with 19 degrees, Kansas City, Missouri. Everybody stay safe out there. They're probably not able to hear it, but how about a one-time shout-out to all the first responders out there dealing with these liberal idiots. God bless them. Roy, Northwest Illinois, where are we at? We're still 10 above with clear skies, wind chill of -8 at this hour. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. More on the massive winter storm that impacted such a large swath of the country over the weekend. Again, latest number I had seen, at least 29 deaths reported across the country in connection with the storm and the Arctic air, including a couple of teenagers, one in Arkansas, one in Texas, who died in sledding accidents. Of course, the storm knocking thousands of flights out of service between Friday and Monday. More than 23,000 flight cancellations from Texas to Maine. Air travel is pretty much a mess nationwide. Of course, the southern side of the storm, the ice accretion, snapping trees, power lines, particularly across the south, where the electric infrastructure continues to be heavily strained. Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, some of the hardest hit areas that were contending with the ice. Meteorologist Dr. Reed Timmer was in northern Mississippi Sunday, where he said the roads were a proverbial skating rink. Nearly every tree Timmer saw in Oxford, Mississippi, had snapped limbs under the incredible weight of the ice. These outages could last for days in some areas, with the Arctic air settling in over the region, which we just mentioning, limiting the natural melting during the day, keeping homes cold, prolonging the infrastructure strain, big-time concern of freezing pipes, bursting water pipes, and things of that nature. Of course, in the Florida Panhandle, we saw severe thunderstorms, including a likely tornado that ripped the roof off a home in Defenyick Springs, Florida, about 110 miles west of Tallahassee. AccuWeather experts looking at the infrastructure damage, their first estimates, somewhere along the line of $105 to $115 billion. That's the primary estimate. Damage to homes, businesses, obviously disruptions to commerce, supply chain logistics, tourism losses, impacts on shipping operations at some of the major hubs, financial losses from extended power outages, major travel delays, and the list goes on. Indeed, it was the biggest snowstorm in years for millions of individuals out there. As far as the trucking industry is concerned, yes, lots of impacts, freight being delayed all around the country. Although I said things are beginning to improve as far as the interstate traffic beginning to flow a little bit better now. Isn't it amazing how you've got your rules, your regulations, the hours of service, as we call it? Yeah, the electronic logging device, the fact that your clock doesn't stop once it starts on any given day. But right now, they really need you. So let's just throw out the rule book. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has issued an unprecedented regional emergency declaration across 40 states in response to this winter storm and dangerous cold. The order went into effect Friday evening, providing immediate regulatory relief for truck drivers, providing direct assistance to emergency relief efforts. Now, that's kind of subject to interpretation. Everything has something to do with emergency relief, the way I see it right about now. This suspends the hours of service regulations to give drivers more flexibility to move those essential supplies and restore services in regions where the temperatures have dropped substantially below normal. The relief applies to an area stretching from Florida to Texas to Montana, all the way over to Massachusetts. Like I said, 40 states, most of the lower 48, applies regardless of where the trip originates, provided that the driver is supporting emergency efforts in the affected states. The FMCSA clarified in the order that drivers still must adhere to direct assistance only. It does not cover routine commercial deliveries or long-term infrastructure rehabilitation. Of course, controlled substance testing, CDL requirements, and insurance, financial responsibility laws, those are obviously still in place. Vehicle size and weight limitations and hazmat regulations are not waived in this case. Direct assistance ends once a driver is dispatched to a non-emergency task. When a driver's moving from emergency relief efforts to normal operations, that's where the 10-hour break is required. When the total time a driver's engaged in emergency relief efforts or in a combination of emergency relief and normal operations equals or exceeds 14 hours. So that's as clear as mud, right? This is scheduled to expire at the midnight hour Eastern Time on February 6th, unless the FMCSA were to terminate it sooner, or they could even possibly extend it based on the weather conditions. But all of a sudden, you guys are essential workers.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Who else we got checking in? Hello to Bill. Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight. Good morning, Steve. 8 degrees. Feels like 9 below on the Pizza Shuttle Express. You know, some of these Minnesota protesters aren't the smartest. I saw the lady that decided to pick up a flashbang grenade. Did not bode well for her hand, did it? Parts of her hand went up, parts went down. I assume she thought it was, a tear gas, apparently. Must have landed in close proximity, but she picked the damn thing up to throw it back at the ICE agents. I don't know. How much of her hand did she lose? Those things pack a punch. All right, that's a Darwin Award nominee. Drivers, have a great night. Be safe out there. Hello to James. Good morning. Woodstock, Georgia. Clear skies, 15 degrees. Feels like 4. Burr. All right, over in the Hoosier State, hello to Cookie with -2 at this hour. Yeah, Michael checks in from Lower Michigan. What's up, people? 1 degree. The narrative across the board is it's cold. How about Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia? Where are you at? 16 degrees, feels like 9 at this hour. All right, did a bunch of office projects this past day. Only went outside to have a smoke. Everybody drip, drip, drip to keep those pipes from freezing. Have a great night. Obviously, be careful out there. Willie checks in, says, we still have some snow here in Massachusetts. I'm supposed to be traveling to Louisiana tomorrow to bury my father-in-law. Hopefully the roads will be in decent shape. Yeah, well, I think you'll probably be good to go there, Willie. They've made a lot of progress over the past 24 hours especially, so interstates will be pretty good there. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 44 degrees in Elk Grove, California tonight. 44 as well, ditto in Tampa, Florida. John checks in from Tampa. We're dropping down to about the freezing mark tonight. Tampa, Florida. All right, so you got the freeze warnings, right? Frost advisories, freeze warnings. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Hello to Jeffrey. Checks in from Southern Florida as well. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Kevin's on board there. Who else? Tell Pappy not to leave her car out in the street under a snow emergency. Yikes. Your daughter, I guess, he was referencing there. There wasn't really a snow emergency when the storm started. It was... Well, I mean, that level 3 should have been declared way earlier. For some reason, they waited till the snow had almost stopped falling before they ever put it in place. We're back down to a level 2. Somewhere about midday, I think they dropped things down. Most people in this town pretty much stayed home from work over the past day. Early in the day, the interstates were still in horrible shape. But this storm having profound impacts all over the country. Of course, first of all, the deadly, paralyzing storm taking a multi-billion-dollar bite out of the economy. Experts figure how much. Economists, meteorologists trying to get a handle on the cost of disruption of winter weather disasters. It's not easy to calculate, like when you're talking about hurricanes, buildings destroyed, floods, and fires. Even events like this highlight just how interconnected the economy is with weather conditions. Jacob Fuchs is a research economist for the Institute for Research in the Atmosphere at Colorado State University. When major transportation hubs shut down or power grids fail, the cascading effects ripple through supply chains and business operations across multiple sectors, all simultaneously. We can say, for instance, Hot Shot Secret, the parent company that brings us the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Initially, plans were to have a delay, like a couple hours to give employees more time to get to work, and then they had declared the level 3 snow emergency. Their operations were completely shuttered for Monday, so a full day business loss. And that was, thousands and thousands of companies all over the country impacted like that.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, phone lines open. Yes, indeed. Who gets to be first out of the box? As we make our way into a Tuesday. 844-844-3388. Couple other friends checking in. Who we got? There's Gregory, 25 degrees in Moab, Utah tonight. Hello to Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Rochester International Airport, still some light snow, 12 degrees. Feels like -5. Happy Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, a little more on the economic impacts. There's apparently some differing opinions. Yeah, some are saying those early estimates from AccuWeather, what they say, 105 to 115 billion. Yeah, some say that's way too high, over-exaggerated. All right, it's going to take some time to reboot air travel. Obviously, airlines took a hit. 23,000 flights, canceled over a 3-4 day period. Yeah, this storm could easily cost multiple billions of dollars. But Mr. Smith, with the climate impact scientist at Climate Central, says it's nowhere near that AccuWeather figure. He said his private company has been kind of an outlier among experts out there when they try to put dollars and cents on things like weather impacts and economics. So far, the most expensive winter storm on record in the country, he said, was 2021's Texas ice storm. Yeah, that figured at about $26 billion. Yeah, go back to 2016, the big nor'easter, the Northeast blizzard. That's about $3 billion. 1, 2, 3. Now, I said this weekend storm might approach the cost of the 2021 Texas storm because it was so widespread. But there's a big difference in the type of losses that are talked about with winter storms and other weather disasters. Hurricanes, fires, floods, damage to buildings, infrastructure, physical things that insurers would have to pay out for. In snow and ice storms, much of it is lost opportunity. Harder to quantify. What is the impact on businesses losing a day of business, right? People generally are not remunerated for bad weather. Colorado State University said it seems that losses will outstrip some of the gains. There are economic winners. The hardware store that sells all the shovels in the store, the grocery stores, which have, shelves were emptied. How many billions of dollars were spent, injected into the economy in the days leading up to the actual storm moving in, right? All right. They can bicker back and forth, but it's 844-844-3388. What's going on? Gold, silver prices. I don't know. We continue to see record highs. Gold surpassing $5,100 this past day, a record peak once again. Now, I saw a post from one of our listening friends. Silver prices have been so volatile. At one point, I believe it closed at $115 an ounce this past day. That was the pinnacle, and then a matter of hours later, it was down to like $105, and now it's been going up and down so dramatically that some of these gold and silver shops. They shared a photograph from one shop that said, due to these unprecedented times, we currently are not purchasing any silver or gold at the moment. They're waiting for some stability to settle in. If you buy when it's $115 and then a matter of hours later, it's dropped $10 an ounce. I mean, obviously they're not paying the actual spot price at any given moment. They give you. Sometimes it's 8%, 10%. It may be even more below the immediate spot price, but you just don't know where the price is going. $5,100 for gold. I remember when it hit like $3,100 and $3,200. That's my mom started going through all of her old jewelry and things of that nature. She said, "Should I sell now?" I said, "Mom, I don't know where it's going." You sit back now and say, you sold $2,000 an ounce less just a matter of months ago. Spot gold up 2.2%, $5,091 an ounce this past morning. After hitting that record of $5,110. Gold futures for February delivery gained the same amount to $5,089. Gold soared 64% last year. Biggest annual gain since 1979. We've seen multiple records shattered on the back of safe haven demand. Prices have already risen about 18% since the start of this year, and it's still January. President Trump and uncertainty on multiple levels, the main driver behind these surging prices and the investment momentum. People sometimes fear missing out. Tariff threats from President Trump. People just don't know what's coming down the pike next. The dollar index fell to a 4-month low, indicating weakness that makes dollar-priced metals more attractive for overseas buyers. Analysts have said gold has more room to climb, potentially toward $6,000. Further upside cannot be ruled out in stress scenarios, particularly if confidence in currencies or financial assets deteriorates further, according to a precious metals trader in Germany, adding that these kind of moves could be accompanied by sharp short corrections, big up, big down. Now, spot gold has cleared resistance at $5,070, expected to rise into the range of $5,150 to $5,200 an ounce, according to one analyst with Reuters News this past day. Crazy times in the precious metals market. All right, good to have you with us as we get the new week underway for some out there, just maybe getting back on the roads for the first time since the crippling weekend storm there. And just as we're kind of digging out from that storm, the blockbuster storm, the cold's going to be sticking around, but forecasters already keeping an eye on late this week and this weekend, potentially, maybe not quite the blockbuster we saw this past week, but a significant coastal storm beginning along the southern Gulf Coast and then sweeping up the eastern seaboard. Now, all these big cities along the I-95 corridor, from Boston to New York City, Philly to D.C., saw 10 to 20 inches of snow with this past weekend storm. Models are depicting precipitation could begin along the Gulf Coast as soon as this Friday. Rain likely south of Interstate 10 from Louisiana to Florida. Depending on how strong the storm is, snow may mix with rain from Interstate 10 north across parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Now, parts of those states that have already been hit with the snow and ice over the past weekend. Whitts Springs, Arkansas, picked up 12 inches of snow. Louisiana saw 6 inches of snow in some locations. There's a couple of different scenarios right now. If the storm tracks closer to the coast, it will likely bring strong winds and heavy snow to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast for the upcoming weekend, Saturday into Monday. If it tracks a bit further east, in other words, a bit further out to sea, the risk for heavy snow would be dramatically reduced. Too early to tell right now, but as we all recall watching the models last week, what started out going to be a southern storm, with each model run continued moving further north, further north, further north. Some areas that were hit with the last weekend storm, region Arkansas, western Louisiana, probably spared this upcoming weekend with the current models, if that comes to fruition. Now, whether it'll be another blockbuster storm, yet to be seen, they say. Forecasters say they'll have some better idea of the timing and what areas might be impacted as the week progresses. Should the storm strengthen enough, it could turn into a nor'easter, dropping heavy snow along the entire eastern seaboard. If the storm strengthens quickly, it could also track as far west as the Appalachians from North Carolina to Pennsylvania. So just like last week, all these different scenarios, different possibilities. Of course, we got this wave of cold air. Yet another will likely follow this storm, meaning there's going to be no respite for folks experiencing these sub-freezing temperatures. It also means the snow from this past weekend may not even melt away before the next storm. There's a lot of big questions if it does come to fruition. All righty. Clear lines, 844-844-3388. Drummer Girl said we got 10 inches of snow, then some sleet and freezing rain. Dropped another 4+ inches. Then the winds. Some of the snow drifts out there were like 2.5 feet. We cleaned the driveway, then went over to dig out the big truck. PA Turnpike's in good shape right now. Route 1, almost 2.5 lanes. I think they forgot to plow Byberry. Stay safe, stay warm out there. All right, good to have you with us. We survived the the big one of 2026.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Talking about gold and silver prices. Yeah, one analyst this past day said history indicates silver is right now overvalued in relation to gold, even as the sky-high prices are forcing key industries to innovate away from the gray metal. While gold prices continue to move sharply higher, despite the de-escalation between the U.S. and Europe over Greenland. In the latest update, the analyst wrote that silver's dramatic outperformance of gold over the last 9 months suggests the rally may be about to peak. In other words, like topping out here in short order. I said, historically, silver has outperformed gold in the closing stages of price rallies. Yeah, the gold-silver ratio has fallen from 105 in April of 2025 to a low of 49 last week, lowest level since 2013, even as gold continued to hit record levels. Yeah, the gold-silver ratio has been lower than today several times in the past, but we've rarely seen such a big swing in such a short time. This silver price rally has become the most extreme since way back in 1980, when the Hunt brothers were trying to corner the market at the time. On January 23rd, when the silver price went above $100, it was 54% above its 200-day moving average. In 1980, the silver price at its peak was actually more than 70% above its 200-day moving average. Way back in 1974, the price also made it as far as 54% above its 200-day moving average before correcting. That was a peak to trough drop of 44%, but then the rally continued into 1980. Now, as has been demonstrated over the last several weeks, even though a price appears to be extreme, it can continue to rally, but they caution while investors may have legitimate concerns about geopolitical risk, U.S. monetary and fiscal policy, the fate of the dollar. History suggests this rally is much closer to its end than its beginning. Whether the current bull market will prove to be similar to the 1970s with a correction midway, or the bull market will end once the price peaks, that's what everybody's waiting to see. Whatever happens, price volatility is going to be high for some time to come, though. I know a lot of folks had been kind of riding this, watching their silver price go up, holding off and saying, all right, if it hits 100, I'm going to sell. And of course, that's why things have been jumping up and down so dramatically. Pappy just shared a screenshot from a couple of minutes ago from JM Bullion showing silver at $109.67 an ounce. So, again, I think closed yesterday at like 115. Up and down we go. All right, we'll get to Brother Rambler. Checks in here momentarily. Looks like Eagle on board, talking about the president, talking about ICE. First, let me give you a warning from the FMCSA. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration recently issued a warning that, quote, certain malicious actors are targeting commercial driver's license holders using online systems, including the likes of the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. In a notice about a week ago, the FMCSA reported that fraudulent online activity is on the rise, warning CDL drivers be on the alert for scams resulting in compromised CDL information for drivers, could be incorrect data in the clearinghouse, which would have negative impacts to safety. I guess the full advisory, what's happening? According to the FMCSA, scammers are convincing commercial drivers to share their commercial driver's license number, date of birth, first and last names. This may be under the guise of a substance abuse professional resolving some open violations, or an employer willing to report a negative result for the return to duty test or the SAP prescribed follow-up tests. Once the scammer has the driver's CDL or learner's permit information, they use the information to first enter information to improve the driver's clearinghouse record for payment, only to later demand more payment with the threat of entering fraudulent drug and alcohol program violations on the driver's record. What do you do? All right, first they say, do not seek out someone to enter information on your clearinghouse record without completing the necessary return to duty and follow-up testing requirements. If you are contacted by someone requesting that you share your CDL information, do not respond. Notify the FMCSA clearinghouse team. Please take a screenshot of any message you receive from a suspected scammer, if that is possible. Yeah, CDL information is what they call personally identifiable information, or PLL. Do not share your PLL with anyone unless you are certain of the person's identity and it is for legitimate business purposes. All right, the required return-to-duty process protects the safety of everyone, including the CDL driver, by ensuring the driver gets the help or treatment they need before operating a commercial vehicle again. If you're going through the return-to-duty process, you're responsible for vetting your SAP. Before you send someone your personal information or your money, make sure you are working with a credentialed SAP that meets the requirements of 49 CFR. Don't look for shortcuts, they say. If you have a drug and alcohol program violation, follow the rules to get your violation resolved legally. All right, we'll close out hour number one. Round the country, what's on your mind? 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says crews are making progress clearing roads after the weekend snowstorm, but work continues statewide.
People are really, I think, staying home, which I think is a great thing. Even today, it's pretty light. The interstates are sort of open. They're open, but you have to be careful.
DeWine says there were around 12 times more disabled vehicles than the weekend before, adding that extremely cold temperatures overnight are now the biggest concern. This storm is also responsible for fatalities in Tennessee, Arkansas, Kansas, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Texas. PowerOutage.us says over 600,000 customers remain without power. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says Minneapolis area immigration enforcement and recent deadly shootings of civilians by ICE agents could not happen in Florida because state law requires local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE.
We're going to continue with positive cooperation. It's certainly made a difference here in Florida.
DeSantis says Florida has handed thousands of illegal aliens to federal authorities.
It's nothing less than criminal what's happening. And yes, it could happen in Florida because of the lack of leadership that we have with Ron DeSantis.
Democratic leaders, including Florida legislators, say the governor should focus on state issues like affordability rather than national politics. TikTok says they're working to restore service after a power outage at a U.S. data center caused sporadic disruptions over the weekend. Some users also claimed that videos about Saturday's deadly ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis were being suppressed. TikTok says they are addressing technical issues. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 313 points. The S&P 500 added 34, and the Nasdaq rose 100 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia.
The White House says President Trump is closely monitoring the massive winter storm impacting much of the country.
These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump has approved federal disaster declarations for 12 states and remains in constant contact with FEMA to ensure access to critical emergency resources. A group of Democratic lawmakers is threatening to cut Homeland Security funding, raising the possibility of a government shutdown.
How can you in good conscience continue funding a department without the guardrails and protections? We need independent investigations.
California Senator Alex Padilla says federal immigration agents are acting with reckless disregard for life. Any funding changes would require House approval. Lawmakers are not back in session until next month. Southwest Airlines is ending its longtime open seating policy on Tuesday. The airline says customers will now get to choose from 3 seating options when booking, with seat type determining boarding order and eligibility for perks. Southwest says the change reflects shifting consumer preferences. AAA reports a national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Working our way into a brand new day. Close out the Monday, the hard part behind us. And we'll turn the page on the calendar. 27th day of January. Yeah, what do you say? Taco Tuesday? For those just joining us this hour, welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. We're just talking about the potential for another weekend storm, the weekend ahead. I'm looking at the official post from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Weather Prediction Center, to which they say potential is increasing for another significant winter storm to impact the eastern U.S. this coming weekend. It's too early to know the details, but please keep updated with the latest forecast this week. Couple of things they point out. What we do know: number one, continued very cold temperatures will blanket the eastern half of the country into next week. We do know, number two, a high-altitude disturbance will dive out of Canada Thursday, then deepen across the eastern U.S. by Saturday, leading to a strong surface low-pressure system. Number three, we do know this surface low interacting with the very cold air mass will result in widespread heavy precipitation. Now, what we do not know, number one, is the placement, strength, and timing of that disturbance from Canada. Number two, we do not know the timing, track, and strength of the surface low, which will determine the precip type. Will it be rain, snow, or a combination? And just how much precipitation occurs onshore. So obviously, lastly, we do not know the impacts to travel and infrastructure due to snow and wind at this point in time. So again, they'll be following. We'll keep you up to date. Meanwhile, around the country, 844-844-3388. Brother Rambler, how did you fare over the weekend?
Well, first off, praise God and hello, God's children listening to us all over the United States. From such stations as 930 The Answer, hello, San Antonio, check in with us, man. From certain places like 103.3 The Answer in Houston, Texas, Steve. And let's not forget 1410 AM out of Portland, Oregon. Let's give a shout-out to the good old Armed Forces listening to us on 96.9 in Emporia, Topeka, Kansas, listening to us, praise God. And shout out to Santa Claus listening to us on 1340 Santa Cruz, California. And let's not leave out, Steve, the talk of Delmarva, 98.5 has got us listening. Check in with us. And last but not least, man, got to give a good old plug to 1230 KELY, Ely, Nevada. And we're happy to have you on with us tonight. Give us all a shout-out, check in. If you ain't never called the show before, call in tonight. Be a first-time caller. Get that $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secrets, redeemable at hotshotsecret.com. And, Steve, man, it's storing pretty good over at the house. I mean, it was nice and warm, high of 67. And, man, that storm come through, had a couple of tornadoes touch down in the southeast. One touchdown in Geneva, Alabama, did a little bit of damage. And I know there was some bad weather all over the place, but it sure is storm good. And then the cold air moved right on in. And, man, I'm sitting here right now in Enterprise, Alabama, at one of our stores, O'Reilly Auto Parts, where, by the way, if you're not a first-time caller and you do need Hot Shot Diesel Treat or any of your Hot Shot needs, you can get that at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Just go to your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, and you can pick it up right there. Matter of fact, tonight we have got Hot Shot Diesel Treat in our diesel tanks to treat this diesel fuel, because apparently my supervisors have heard me call in this show before, and now they believe in Hot Shot.
Good deal.
So, I know it's a wonderful deal. So, man, maybe Maybe they could make me a spokesperson. Help fund Determined Ministries Church. Maybe I don't have to drive no more because I'm sitting here in Enterprise, Alabama. And by the way, hello, Fort Rucker. They house the Chinook helicopters up there. I'm sure they're listening to us. And, man, the wind's blowing. The wind chill right now is 16 degrees where I currently sit. And I'm going to have to get on out here and get busy, unload these auto parts off. But it is 16 degrees with the wind chill with it 16 degrees. It's only, I think, 24 here right now. But, yeah, man, it is cold. All over the United States, it is cold. And you mentioned Florida. Yeah, they better be watching for the falling iguanas, And that's not a band name, God's children. That's just what happens when those reptiles face cold weather. They literally fall out the trees. So watch for falling iguanas in South Florida because it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, man, I tell you what, I hadn't called in a while, and I apologize for that, God's children. I had someone ride with me all week last week, and I don't want to just call up because I don't know where this person stood politically. And the last thing I want to do is get in a political argument.
Yeah.
And then them come back and tell my bosses, Brother Rambler's a racist. He don't do that. So I just I was listening because the person, God bless her, I love her to death, but she slept most of the time. So, but, she was like, hey, out of every driver here, you're the one I like riding with the most because you talk about the Bible a lot. And I should have just picked up on that. But you just don't know where someone really stands,
Right.
So, but it was good having someone with me last week that could actually drive on the way back because she sure wasn't going to drive on the way over there, which I had reservations because, me being a man of God, I don't like having another woman being alone in the cab with me. But my wife was all right with it, and I met her fiance, so we got that part squared away. So we know there wasn't no hanky-panky going on. So praise God for that. And we had a clear understanding. So hey, we're here to make money. So hey, everything worked out great. But you still just don't know where someone stands politically. And the last thing I want to do is call up the show and us get on a political topic or whatever, and then it get back to my superiors like, hey, you don't need to be talking about this. And so I just I just sat back and listened to all of our friends listening to us. And I tell you what, we got a lot of things going on in the United States. A lot of our listening friends are snowed in. I saw pictures that Becky sent me, Eskimo Mom. I saw pictures that Brother Dale Note sent me, Buckwheat, and hello, Ashton Mario Kart. So a lot of bad weather, Steve, all over the United States, and a lot of people are cold and snowed in. And, man, look here, I just love you, and I'm praying for you. And, I before you know it, we'll all be peeing and moaning about the heat and the mosquitoes.
Right.
And the only thing, I'm serious. Before you know it, we'll be at the Matt show, which unfortunately I'm not going to be able to make it there this year. I wanted to try to make the Mid-America Truck Show, but I'm not going to be able to make it once again. So we'll try for next year, and hopefully we'll be able to make it. One of these days I'll make it. I keep on hoping that someone listening up there in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, God to move on their heart, kind of booked me up there to preach. I like to get on up there and, get some of them whoopie pies I hear Brother Dale telling me about and sending me pictures. He sent me one, Steve. This daggone thing was the size of a cake you'd buy at Kroger or Publix down here where I like to shop at. And it was a red velvet / peanut butter filled whoopie pie. I'm like, hey, I'll cash up you the money. If
you're all in for that, huh?
Yeah, man, come on. Hey, fat man likes to eat. And speaking of fat man and pies and everything like that, it starts down here on the Gulf Coast. It's coming up Friday, right?
What is it?
Well, laissez Ramban Roulette. Let the good times roll. Mardi Gras starts. Definitely not into. Yeah, it starts down here this coming up Friday. So all our Catholic and Episcopalian friends, and get all the drinking and debauchery out of your system before you start Ash Wednesday and Lent. You can't smoke, drink, fornicate, and do everything you want to do. So come on down here. Come on down here. Spend all your money. Drink and fornicate yourself to death before you have to give it up for 40 long days. But hey, you know what, Mobile, we could definitely use your money. And guess what? When you go to repent, you get the ashes. You can always come to the Determined Ministries Church, because guess what we won't do? We will never hold your sin against you. Praise God. Because once you come to the realization that you need a Savior, and people, a lot of folks around this nation, around this world, need to come to that fact that they can't go through this life alone unless you have Jesus Christ, we'll be right here at Determined Ministries Church. The doors are wide open. By the way, we didn't have church this Sunday. My wife is back doing taxes again, and I guess she gets these epidurals, I guess, every other month, and I guess this one pretty much wore off. She was almost bedridden the entire almost the entire weekend. So plus the weather. I know my mom wasn't coming to church, and we have a couple others that they messaged me they weren't coming. So I'm like, you know what? My wife's just kind of down in her back. I just had to pick up the mantle and, do what a good husband does. He'll take care of her and everything like that. And did get to watch the Patriots and the Broncos game. That was crazy out there in Denver, all that snow. Kind of laughed at, Drake Mays fixing to kneel, and the Denver Broncos defensive lineman, he's down there in the 3 or 4 point stance, and he falls over because he just slips. It's so slippery. So we did watch that. Man, I tell you what, the Rams and Seahawks, the Rams had more time. They could have won it, but they didn't. So should be an interesting Super Bowl, but we'll be having church during the Super Bowl. We don't dare put that before God. The Lord comes before football, before anything. So we'll be having church on Super Bowl Sunday. What day is it? I think February the 8th, the Super Bowl Sunday. I think it is. I may be wrong. So, but man, like I said, no judgment here. What we always say at Determined Ministries Church, come as you are, leave different. And only one person can make you leave different, and that's when you accept Jesus Christ into your heart. I love, and I'm going to be getting off here soon. I know you got Eagle, maybe a couple of others hanging on. I loved how a certain, I don't remember the preacher's name, so I'm just going to say a certain preacher. I watched this on Reels, and it's very interesting how he put how the Holy Spirit works in a believer's life. He went the Old Testament. He had a glass of, listen to this, he had a glass of milk, Steve, with a spoon in it, and he had a bottle of Hershey syrup. Now, he said, now, in the Old Testament, he took the spoon out. He said, the Holy Spirit would just come and sit on someone. So he took the Hershey syrup and put the whole bottle on top of the milk. He would come sit on Samson. He would come sit on David. He would come sit on Samuel, different ones. And it would be for a certain task, but when the task was over, he had to go. So he said, okay, Jesus comes, dies on the cross, rose again on the third day, lived on earth with us for 40 more days, ascended into heaven, then 10 more days after Jesus ascended back into heaven, the Holy Spirit come in like a mighty rushing wind. He said, now we got the promise of the Holy Spirit that when you accept Christ Jesus, you have the Holy Spirit that comes and dwells and lives in you. But what can we do as Christians to stir the Holy Spirit? That's where the spoon comes in. That's where coming to church. That's where worshiping. That's where listening to good gospel music and praying daily, and sometimes having to fast until you hear answers from God. That's what stirs the Holy Spirit. When you're going through something bad, when you feel like you can't climb the mountain, when you feel like the river, you just can't cross it, or the valley's too wide to span, how you can put on good old gospel music, or how you could find, Determined Ministries Church or your local church and listen to a good message and allow the Holy Spirit to get stirred up inside of you, and you start living for the Lord like you should be living. And praise God, wonderful things can happen. All of a sudden, You go from feeling like a little old ant to feeling like a huge elephant you can conquer, because Jesus Christ is the conqueror. He is the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And I tell you what, God's children, I think I've said enough. I've given you an earful tonight. I love calling up, talking to you, Steve, but I know you got other callers, and I don't want to just keep on blowing hot air, which I don't think it's hot air. I think it's holy air. But, man, everyone, please stay warm, stay safe out there. Please remember our homeless. There's a lot of homeless people, and don't judge them. I know a lot of homeless people are homeless for certain reasons, but they're out there. It's cold. Pray for them. If you can get them a blanket or get them to a shelter, do that. Remember our homeless people who are out there having to live and survive in this. And I love you, God's children. I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you. And I do. And one more thing, Steve. If you need a shirt, and if you need a hat, if you need a drinking cup, go to overnightdriveradio.com. Get all your Steve Summer needs. God bless you. We love you. Bye now.
There you go. Overnightdriveradio.com. That's called swag. There you go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Good to have you with us as we make our way into a brand new day. Hello to Country Bumpkin. Check it in. Good to have you on board. Sneakers says, thank you, Brother Rambler. Praying for us all. It reminded us God loves us, and you also. Prayers back to you. Stay warm. All right, latest developments, Minnesota, as the situation there continues to become more and more unruly. President Trump made several announcements in Truth Social posts in anticipation of the week before us here. The president suggested that the border czar, Tom Homan, will be headed north to personally assess the rapidly evolving situation. I believe he's supposed to be there sometime this morning. if not already. There is a major investigation going on with respect to the massive multi-billion-dollar welfare fraud that's taken place in the state. Monday morning, President Trump announced, quote, "I am sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight." He's not been involved in that area, but he knows and likes many of the people there. Tom is tough, but fair. He will report directly to me. The president added Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt clarified Homan's role in Minnesota via social media shortly after the post from the president, stating Tom Homan will be managing ICE operations on the ground in Minnesota to continue arresting the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens. In addition, Tom will coordinate with those leading investigations into the massive, widespread fraud that has resulted in billions of taxpayer dollars being stolen from law-abiding citizens. President Trump added that a major investigation is going on with respect to the massive $20 billion fraud. Plus, he suggested the welfare fraud is at least partially responsible for these violent organized protests that are going on in the streets there. We've been saying that for some time. Yeah, this is kind of a deflection from the fraud. If all the authorities are tied up trying to maintain peace on the streets, they believe they won't be able to find the fraud. That's not going to work. Now, the president also attacked Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar personally, stating, additionally, the Department of Justice and Congress are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth in excess of $44 million. Time will tell. Thank you for your attention to this matter, as he always likes to say. So, some of the latest developments coming our way. And, of course, following the weekend shooting, the violence continues there. Where does it end? We'll get a news break and back to your calls after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, next up, Eagle checking in here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Eagle? Eagle's getting some rest. Well, it may not be the greatest day of the week. Captain Ron.
It ain't the greatest day of the week, but it's like the next day, ain't it?
Technically, yes. How the heck are you?
Yeah, so I'm all right. I'm back on what most of the listeners are, Monday through Friday night now. I ended up working with HR. They never going back and forth battling with them. I never did get anywhere with them. So I was looking around at different companies and whatnot. And I decided, well, I'm not going to, this is either going to work or it's not going to work. And I wrote an email to the Senior Vice President of Operations of this company that I'm at. And he's a retired general from the Army, and explained the situation that I'm ex-military and, that they let me go with 20 years, 19 years with the company and kept somebody with 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And I might have thrown in the age discrimination also in that email.
Just dropped a little hint.
And yeah, and we all had the same job requirements, qualifications. So if it's not the qualifications, then it must be age. Is the only thing that's different. So I didn't hear anything, but my boss's boss called me back and said, well, I'll help you get whatever I see you checked in to getting a supply job in the body shop. I said, I'll help you get that job, or you can have one of these delivery jobs, one of the jobs that they wouldn't let me have before. So I ended up doing one of these delivery jobs. And anyway, I'm still with the same company, only I'm on the delivery end of the stores now, the paint stores.
So how about, did you have to take a hit with pay, or everything pretty status quo?
Yeah, I'm $1,500 to $2,000 less a month.
Wow.
I know. But I wasn't finding a job even delivering pizza. It's crazy. There was nothing out there. But yeah, my boss was falling all over himself. I guess the age hint woke him up a little bit.
Well, that was, several callers suggested, you may get a hold of, well, you didn't even have to get a hold of an attorney ultimately.
No, but what were you doing September 19th of 1997?
1997. I was probably sitting in the studio with my father.
I don't know what I was doing on that day, but I got a notice from my company all of a sudden that my license had been withdrawn. So I wasn't able to drive anything. This was last week, 2 days after I got put into delivering. I went through 3 days of training and then went one day, and now all of a sudden my license has been withdrawn from my safety department. They never found this. Supposedly there was a citation that I didn't answer or something. Now, this is from Oregon in 1997.
Wow.
I was in Michigan at the time, a month before the wife and I got married. We were planning our wedding and all that. I wasn't in Oregon, but it seems awful suspicious that it came from the safety department after this issue with the wrongful laying off situation. It seemed awful suspicious to me. So I ended up having to pay an $85 reinstatement fee to Oregon, and that cleared it up. And I went to Florida's DMV, and they took it off my license. So that's good now. But it just seems awful suspicious that my safety department didn't pick that up 19 years ago, or
you think
15 years ago, or whatever. It seems a little bit kind of suspicious to me. I think they went digging to see how to get rid of me.
More than likely, yeah. See what we can find.
It seems like some kind of retaliation to me.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like. Now, if they do retaliate, then yeah, I'll be going and talking to a lawyer. Well, they let go of me because of my age earlier, and now this happens. And now they let me go. Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm doing the job that they wouldn't let me have if they would have done it the right way. They let that guy know one day before they were going to let him go, the other guy. if you believe that. Now, if they'd have done it right, the guy would have had 3 weeks' notice, but they didn't do it right. And I feel sorry for the guy. His wife has cancer. He can only work nights, and he's got his sister and somebody watching her during the night while he's working. So, yeah, I go to Miami a couple nights a week and Orlando a day or two, and I don't know where all yet. Still trying to figure it out. But it was 57 degrees in Miami tonight. I just left there. I got 3 more stops to do. So, yeah, I'll still be out here a couple of nights a week.
Well, that's good news. You won't be with us on the greatest day of the week, but I guess you will be.
Not anymore.
On the one day closer.
Yeah, one day closer, maybe. If that's I probably won't be up that time of the night though on Friday. That's one of the days I go to Orlando, and I think I do it during the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I did it this past Friday. I was over in Phillips' neck of the woods, over there watching all them. Whatever he calls them, the shuttles, the trains, monorails, that's it, the monorails. I was over there where they work on them and they get all their supplies and all that delivered into.
Mm-hmm.
You'll know where it's at.
Absolutely.
But I was over there Friday. But other than that, I don't have a whole lot else. It's pretty cold, going to be cold in Tampa next couple of days.
Well, I'd be more
really cold wind chill.
I'll gladly trade you a 0 for a 32.
No, I'm good. But anyway, yeah, I'll be off here listening and appreciate you taking my call. Semper Fi shout out to all of my Marine Corps brethren.
Well, it's great to
hear.
We'll
talk at you another night.
Thank you for checking in, Captain Ron. That's a positive update. Well, nothing good about taking a pay hit, right? But it's better than having no job, right? So I guess you look at the bright side, count your blessings. That's good. 844-844-3388. Are we finding a way to stay warm?
Well, I'm nice and cozy right now, Steve. Wasn't too cozy out there shoveling snow. 10-degree weather. It was all right until the other neighbor came over and wanted to chit-chat for 10 minutes. I stopped shoveling and ended up getting cold. Mighty nice to the neighbor next door. Her son recently moved out. I just found that out today because I went over and knocked on her door and said, listen, I don't mean to be the mean neighbor or anything, but pulled out my phone. I said, this was my car at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and your son came over and shoveled the driveway for you. Mighty nice of a young man, by the way. And this next picture is after he shoveled your driveway. I said, really don't appreciate him dumping all the snow from the apron onto my car. And she just looked at it and went, I said, is the young lad here? She goes, no, he moved out. I went, oh, okay. Well, tell him thanks a bunch. Jeez, old Pete, see, what the hell, man?
I mean, all the snow that got thrown in front of and on the hood could have been put right there on the grassy area in the berm.
And instead of going over his shoulder or whatever, he just went right to his left and over the front end of that car. I mean, he just piled up another 2 feet of snow on it. And that's the way it's still sitting. If he was any kind of good neighbor, by the time I wake up tomorrow, he'd drive his butt over here and get that thing out.
You're right.
Hey, that was 28 years ago, Steve. September, 19th, 97? That's 28 years ago, brother. All that time he's driving with a suspended license. Shame on him. Steve, I can tell you what, if on that date between 2 o'clock in the afternoon and 10 o'clock at night, if I was working, I could tell you exactly where I was at on the hour. Because we keep detail cards back then. We had to write them out. Every hour you had to make an entry. Either if you went on a detail or making a traffic stop or doing something, you had to make an entry of what you're doing. What are you doing to earn your money tonight? Steve, I don't know, brother. Have you seen the videos of the mob forcing entry into the motel because there was 2 ICE agents staying
at the hotel? Yeah, I saw some of the still shots.
Well, I saw several videos. And there's Minneapolis City Police, locals, in the video, just standing there doing nothing. Nothing. Steve, that was pretty crazy. If you need to watch the video, man. I mean, they forced their way in. They assaulted the private security guys there in the lobby. Anybody in that lobby, any employees, I mean, if I was in there, I would have definitely thought my life was in danger. I'm surprised. I can't believe these ICE agents didn't mow them down. So with that said, Steve, I'm going to have to change my tune here a little bit with what's going on there. Now, hear me out. Apparently, Tampon Tim made a phone call to Trump. Mm-hmm. Trump made a post on X as a response. So that has me wondering. I'll maybe get into that in a minute. Anyway, they're sending Tom Homan down there to address the situation. So, Steve, I think what needs to be done is they need to pull out. I think Trump already screwed up. He waited too long, let things get too out of control. And just like in a football game, I think we need to go in the locker room in halftime and reassess how we're playing the game here. Tom Homan should probably go in there tomorrow. Tell Tampon Tim, I'll tell you what, we'll make you a deal. You turn over the people that you got in custody in your jails to us, and we'll pull out and we'll stop hitting your streets.
That's like 1,600.
Yes, sir. You start doing that, we'll pull out. And if that was agreed upon, which I doubt it will be by Tampon Tim, but if they could get that agreement, it would be nice to show the protesters throwing rocks and interfering with the officials trying to turn over the illegal murderers and child rapists and, walking them out of jail to turn them over to the feds. That wouldn't look too good now, would it, Steve? That wouldn't look too good because Tampon Tim and the mayor are saying we're just snatching up civilian citizens and snatching them up off the street and putting them in the gulag. And so why is Tampon Tim reaching out to Trump, Steve? They got the goods on him. Are they trying to make a deal, which I don't think they should? Tampon Tim saying, hey, listen, man, maybe he got word that, dude, they got the goods on you with all this fraud. Mm-hmm. And they're going to drop the hammer on you. And the White House phone rings and Tampon says, "Hey, Trump, old buddy, old pal, tell you what, I'll squash this whole thing down here if you just don't put the bracelets on me." Steve, I wouldn't doubt it a bit, man. I'm telling you. Wouldn't doubt it a bit. Well, you know, when I say if they could get that agreement and pull out, I'm not talking about still let the other federal agents in there, the FBI and whoever else, DOJ, go in there and still investigate this. And while they're in halftime, planning on how they're going to play the second quarter, they should be drawing up indictments on all these people. And if we have to go in again, we're going to snatch all these political people up that were involved in all this fraud. You got 3 days to turn yourself in. You don't turn yourself in, we're going to come in and get you. And anybody that stands in our way is going to be arrested. Did you see the Black Panther marching around in the subways in New York, armed with rifles?
I did not. That's totally illegal in New York, is it not?
Well, Steve, when the New York NYPD started coming down the steps towards them, they turned around and walked right back up the steps. Didn't even confront them. Thanks to the new mayor, probably was given strict orders. You see, you're not allowed to have a firearm in New York City unless you got permits.
I mean, you know, years ago, the guy that actually defended himself or someone killed the bad guy, but he went to jail for killing the bad guy.
Yes, sir. So why are they allowing the Black Panther to be walking around? And they were in Philadelphia, too. Now, Philly, I don't know about inner city Philly. Right here in Hamilton County, Steve, you can strap an AR-15 on your shoulder and go walking down the street, and it's not illegal. But you can't do it in New York City.
Right.
So, don't know what's up with that. I see we're on the verge here, man. I'm telling you. There's going to be a confrontation. And the reason I say let's back up, take a little break, because they want this to happen. They want this. And I think we need to step back, take a little breath. Let's go into the locker room at halftime and relook at this playbook. Because we got their playbook. We know what they're going to do. How should we counter it? Do we want to go in and end up shooting a bunch of people? Because that's what they want. They got these brainwashed minions in the street.
Yeah.
You know, that they have convinced to do the dirty work for them.
Well, give me your take. What kind of carnage does a flashbang do when it goes off in your hand?
There's a couple different types. So these flashbangs are designed to vent, right? Depending on where she had her hands. At first, when I first saw that video, it looked like she threw it in time, and then when it went bang, I thought she was trying to fake like she got shot. You know, you could tell it was all this, you know. But so I don't think it was in her hand when it went off. It looked like she was able to toss it because they were telling her throw it, and it looks like she kind of went with that, you know, threw it with her hand and it went off. So, they're designed to vent, right? So if she had her hand over one of them vent holes, yeah, Steve, you're probably talking about missing some fingers, man. Right? And I mean, it's depending on, it could have blew her hand off depending on how she had it in her hand. Right,
but in the video when she's running down the street, it doesn't. I can't tell if she might be missing a finger or two, but I mean her hand essentially was still there.
Yeah, she didn't lose her hand. I mean, if you grabbed it a certain way, Steve, it wouldn't do nothing. Probably just make a big bang. It's going to vent out both sides. So I mean, it's not really going to hurt you. You might you might be your ears ringing for a little while. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a little advice, not advice, tit for tat here. So, a couple years ago, there was a bank that was closing down. They were getting ready to tear down the bank. So, the SWAT team and the bomb squad went to this bank, and they were going to practice breaching doors with explosives, right? So we got to go in there and blow all these doors. And there was different types of doors. And it was a fun day, and I got a lot of it on video. And there was also a Cincinnati professor that was doing a study on concussion, right? So he had a couple of guys on the bomb squad was involved in this. So he actually had a couple of the guys wired up, right? And that were close to the breaching door when it went off. Some of them were actually inside the room. And then after a whole day of this, he downloaded the results of the brain waves, to try to help in the study on the result of concussions. And it was more sports related too, right? For concussions for football players and
the whole concussion,
and that kind of thing.
The whole protocol there. Hey, we gotta pause there. So hold on, we'll come back for the rest of the story. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A federal judge in Minneapolis has ordered the Department of Homeland Security to not destroy or alter evidence tied to the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol amid legal challenges from Minnesota officials.
Every use of force looks ugly. Deadly use of force looks uglier, but there is such a thing as awful but lawful.
Former Miami-Dade Police Chief Juan Perez says video alone may not tell the full story and calls for a complete investigation. President Trump has sent Border Czar Tom Homan to oversee operations in Minnesota. Republican lawmakers expressed concern over the U.S. potentially withdrawing troops from Syria.
South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and Texas Congressman Michael McCaul reacted to a recent report from the Wall Street Journal and warned a decreased presence in the country would benefit the Islamic State. Pentagon cited success in fighting ISIS as the reason why it began pulling about 600 troops from Syria last year. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
All traffic is stopped on the field. Aircraft upside down. We have a passenger aircraft upside down.
This is Levant Fire. Requested with the tanker to respond to Bangor International Airport for an overturned aircraft.
7 people are dead and 1 critically injured after a private jet crashed during takeoff at Bangor International Airport in Maine. The FAA says 8 people were on board, with the pilot surviving the crash. Emergency crews responded just before 8 local time. New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani says the city should return to normal Tuesday following a major weekend snowstorm that dropped nearly a foot of snow.
Our goal is for all services to be fully restored by tomorrow, with all streets cleared, students back at school in person, and our city back to normal, albeit with a lot of snow piled up.
Mandani says thousands of sanitation workers plowed and salted streets. Though crews are still working, a hazardous travel advisory remains in effect. Texas is getting through the current Arctic freeze, but energy experts warn future storms could pose bigger risks.
We don't have all the power plants we need.
University of Houston professor Ed Hers says rapid population growth is straining the grid, adding that while the new generation is coming online, it may not be enough as Texas adds more than 1,000 residents a day. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.92 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.16. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime time costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it as we roll into hour number 3. As we make our way into a Tuesday. This hour details of the freight waves where Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy apparently just dropped what they've been calling the nuclear option when it comes to the non-domiciled CDL drivers. In-depth report this past day. But first, let's get the rest of the story. We're getting a little education on concussion protocol. Welcome back, Pepe.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So they changed the slots. Well, local here. I can't talk about all slots around the country, right? But locally, they kind of changed their tactics a little bit. But all of your flashbangs, right? They're designed to vent. It's not like a grenade. You can't let the thing explode and send frag all over the place, right? It's not like the military in Iraq when they're going into hostile homes, Steve, right? They kick open the door and toss a couple M60 frag grenades in there, and anybody in there, sorry about your luck, man. And then they go in, right? So there was a few incidents. These things can also start fires. There's been a few incidents where these flashbangs would get tossed in and either end up in somebody's lap unintentionally, and there might be some other individuals in that house that you're not after, right? But they happen to be in the house. You don't want anybody getting hurt. So now they use a pole. They put the flashbang on the end of the pole, and these things are actually reusable now. There's a container at the end of this pole. You open it up, you put the charge in there, and it's all vented. And so when they kick the door in, they'll stick this pole. It's got that, you can extend it up to about 10, 15 feet. That way you got control, right, of where this thing goes into the room. You don't just toss it in there. So they'll stick that pole in there, pull the pin, and pop it. And so, yeah, man, when this bank we were in, Steve, the main vault, literally when they built this bank, they brought a crane in and dropped this vault in place and built the building around it. That's how big and heavy it was. So we the professor wanted to get some information, so we were taking some SWAT guys and the guys that were involved in the study, putting them in the vault. And the SWAT team just got this new rig with the pole, flashbang, right? So they wanted to practice using it. And so I put 2 or 3 guys in there, and I'm standing right there with them. I'm at the entrance to the door, filming all this. And I don't know how many different times, probably, I don't know, 10 times, 2 guys, 3 guys went in, boom, blow it, right? They come out, 2 or 3 more guys go in, let's do it again, blow another flashbang. My bell was rung when I was leaving there. But them flashbangs, yeah, they're designed just to stun you, you know, just for that brief second or two, just enough to disorient you. And they work, believe me. Trust me, they work. Same thing with these tear gas canisters they throw. Yeah, you can pick them up and throw them back, Steve. But I'll tell you what, if you get that thing where it's venting out, where the gas is venting out, dude, if you cross, if you cover yourself with, what I mean is, if you get that opening near your skin and everybody, it's going to burn the hell out of you. You know, the gas coming out of there is hot as hell. So, but that's my take for tonight, Steve. I think, I think we need to call a halftime, man, and go in and revisit the playbook here. We'll see what happens. And the only reason I say that is I think Trump waited too long. If he would have went in there 2 weeks ago and put a squash to this. But there's just, I don't know if you've seen the amount of people now that are in the streets there, Steve. This is just, you know, that's why maybe let's put the brakes on here and revisit this whole situation. Let's make a deal. You give us the ones that are in the jail. We'll come and get them. And let the protesters come out here and protest about us taking the murderers and rapists out of your jail and see how that looks on them. Thanks for taking the call, bud. Stay safe. Stay warm.
Watch your six.
Watch your six.
There you go. The dedicated sign. I mean, I'm seeing several reports. Yeah, there'd been kind of dueling court orders coming down. Yeah, one last week that said these agents, were not allowed to use the pepper spray and the flashbangs or detain the protesters. And then another court said otherwise. I don't know. The latest, I guess, was the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals that has sided with the Trump administration to block restrictions on any of the tactics used by ICE as they face these ongoing confrontations. This overturns a lower court order that had prevented officers from arresting, detaining, pepper spraying, or even retaliating against protesters in Minneapolis without probable cause, as these anti-ICE agitators continue to confront the authorities that are carrying out their enforcement operations. A very fluid situation, but Tom Homan will be on the ground this morning to start the new day. And it is 844-844-3388. Take two, Eagle. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here this time, brother. I fell asleep, dozed off. I did a lot of driving. Well, I did a lot of sitting again today. Indiana, as soon as I got on the interstate road, was already shut down. Interstate 70 again. Another truck accident. I don't know how many trucks I've seen. The recommend, that's one thing, Steve. I know somebody counting money tonight. The recommend sitting at the table in Indiana counting up all that money they made, because I believe me, they making some serious cash right now. The record trucks were towing so many trucks. They probably couldn't even keep up. It was so many accidents. It was ridiculous. That storm caused a lot of problems throughout. It was right. Sometimes they predict these storms and they don't materialize. Well, I seen firsthand this one here. I did my time and paid my dues in this storm. It definitely put the whoop on me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I told you, I was so tired tonight I fell asleep while I was on hold with you, and waiting. That's a quick. But it's real. You lose. You losing so much time just sitting there in the middle of the road and waiting for the line to start moving again. It's just terrible. Indiana, but I will give them credit. I raised hell about Indiana last night, but I will say this, Steve. I was on the back roads today. After I delivered the load in Fort Wayne, they gave me a load. I had to drive over towards Chicago, and I was on the back roads, and I was shocked at how the back roads, the side roads, were more cleaner than the actual interstate. So they did a hell of a job. I don't know who did it, but my tires didn't slip not one time from Fort Wayne back over towards Chicago, where I'm at now. So I will give as much as I complain about them, I'll give them credit when it's due. They did a hell of a job. Because I didn't have no problems getting over this way. But I tell you what, this weather out here, man, this weather up here, it'll cut through you like a knife. I see why people not protesting in Minnesota. I got out of my truck to fuel up around 9 or 10 at night with this wind blowing. It's got to be at least a 20, like you've been talking, a 20 or 30 degree wind chill. I mean, it cuts through you. I don't see how anybody can stay out in this unless you got layers on it for any amount of time. The way it is outside right now, it is terrible. It's miserable up here in the Chicago area. I can't wait to get the hell away from this place and head back south somewhere for the weekend. Hopefully I can get back to Texas. I'm trying to hold off, because I told you I want to save some of my time for Daytona. I'm going to take a couple of days off on that deal next month. So, yeah, I'm trying to hold off on some of my off days for Daytona. So, I don't know. I might stay out another week and then go home the following week. It looks like it. But, yeah, Steve, some interesting turn of events happened over the last day or so. Over the last day. I was shocked to hear this when I got to the truck stop because I hadn't been listening to my radio. They said that they're moving this Bovino guy. They moving him out of Minnesota and bringing in Tom Homan. Bovino, I don't know what. Seemed like he was trying to be a tough guy. I like the way, I like the guy, he was doing a decent job, but I think he was trying to be a little bit, the job went to his head a little bit. I believe that the job went to his head and he was letting things get out of control. And, because I watched him in his news conference, over the last week or so, he was very, very cocky and arrogant. He would say what he had to say, and he would only take like about 2 or 3 questions and just walk off the stage. And the people still be asking, hey. He just walk off the stage and not answer no questions. You got to answer more than 2 or 3 questions with all this activity that's going on in Minnesota. You got to do better than that. Yeah, you still there?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
I heard that. We know Homan's going in, and they said Homan's going to be kind of in charge of the ICE operations. As far as Bovino being out, I don't know. I'm seeing some reports saying he is, and then I think the press secretary said that's not true, but I don't know. I'll try to get more info.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, that's what I heard. That's why I was asking you, because I heard, that he would. No, I'm not saying he get fired, but they said that he was going to be moved to a new location somewhere. I forgot what they said, but they said he wasn't going to be in Minnesota. But maybe the news is different. I don't know, but that's what I'm hearing. I think he was doing a good job. He was getting. He needed to calm down a little bit. Don't try to be too much of a tough guy. You gotta have a little bit of a heart, when you're dealing this. But I want to say this, Steve, getting back to the situation, and to show you how stupid these protesters are, before I get back to the guy who got killed, Purdy, over the weekend. To show you how dumb these individuals are, these guys continue to go to these hotels in Minnesota. They don't know. They think they know. They don't know if the ICE people are in these renting out rooms there or not. But these guys, these idiots, are sitting out in the parking lot all night long, whistling, shining lights into the windows, blowing horns, doing whatever they can to aggravate whoever in that building, whether it's the ICE or just a regular person that's renting out a room. It makes no sense. I've never seen nothing like this before in my life, where people go to a hotel room and do something like that. These are some very, very stupid people. In -10, I just told you how cold it is. If it's cold in Chicago, I know it's colder in Minnesota.
Yes, it is.
So I don't see how these idiots can stand out there doing that all night long. It makes absolutely no sense how stupid these people are. Now, getting back to what we talked about last night, there's some more interesting news about this individual who got killed on Saturday. I don't know if you've seen the video yet.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
fruitcake.
What'd you say?
Fruitcake.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. Let's look at this situation right quick, Steve. One more time with this guy. Okay. First of all, his mother and father, from what I hear, they told him not to go to none of these rallies, and if he did go to the rally, to leave his gun at home and not to go there looking for no trouble. Okay. You said last night, and other people have confirmed the same thing, that he went there with a gun with 2 magazines. That's right. 2 magazines, bullets with him. Now, like you said before, you don't know if it's common for somebody to go to a rally with that type of weapon with 2 magazines, unless they got bad intentions on their mind. So nobody will never know what he had on his mind, because he's dead now. We don't know. He's in the ground. Well, he will be in the ground. We don't know what he planned on doing with that gun when he got there. But like I told you last night, Steve, he was supposed to be going to a peaceful, so-called peaceful rally, but he also had a gun with him. So how much peace do you want? Whether he had a legally, people gonna say he had the right to have a gun. He was a legally gun. Yeah, he was a legal gun owner, so they say. But he should have left the gun at home, especially if he wants to agitate. If he was just going there, Steve, in peace and not bothering nobody, just standing there watching the crowd, or had a sign in his hand, yeah, he have a gun, he ain't bothering nobody. But when you want to get into the action, jump in the fire and start impeding the progress of the ICE people, and then jumping into the fire when they're trying to make an arrest, when you got a gun on you, only bad things can happen, because these individuals are in fear of their life. They're getting death threats. I'm talking about the ICE people. They don't know who got a gun, and when they see a gun, they immediately react, just like Pappy and other people had said. This man saw a gun, and he might have hollered gun when all these guys were on top of him. And the natural reaction for any individual when you hear a gun is to do what they did, to start shooting, because they didn't know if the man had a gun or not. They was in fear of their life. When that one man, the guy who walked off with his gun, when he hollered gun, that's when all the other individuals started firing, because they thought this man had a gun, and it turned out that he did have one, but he wasn't trying to use it. So, like I said, the guy made a very bad mistake, Steve, when he left his home with that gun on his waist and decided to jump into the action that he had no business getting involved in, and as a result, he lost his life. And it's a damn shame. But I hope this serves as a good video for all the young people out there that are wanting to go to these rallies. Yeah, you can go to your rally with your signs and your other things that you want to do, but you got to do it peacefully. But when you jump it, but leave your guns and leave all your dangerous tools at home, because if you go to a rally with bad intentions, I promise you're gonna find it. So this is a lesson, hopefully, for all these young people that they call themselves protesters, better known as agitators, or whatever you want to call them. But this has got to come to a stop, Steve. Like I told you last night. These people, they can't continue doing this night after night. Hopefully Tom Homan, I don't know what his plan is, but hopefully he can get in there and get this.
Yeah, I think we may see some tactics changing when all is said and done. But
did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship Pulling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into pulling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA Championship Pulling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Super stock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National Champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of pulling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching pulling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Pulling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapull.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every pull, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapull.com. Again, that website, ntpapull.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A federal judge in Minneapolis has ordered the Department of Homeland Security to not destroy or alter evidence tied to the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol amid legal challenges from Minnesota officials.
Every use of force looks ugly. Deadly use of force looks uglier, but there is such a thing as awful but lawful. awful.
Former Miami-Dade Police Chief Juan Perez says video alone may not tell the full story and calls for a complete investigation. President Trump has sent Border Czar Tom Homan to oversee operations in Minnesota. Republican lawmakers expressed concern over the U.S. potentially withdrawing troops from Syria.
South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and Texas Congressman Michael McCaul reacted to a recent report from the Wall Street Journal and warned a decreased presence in the country would benefit the Islamic State. Pentagon cited success in fighting ISIS as the reason why it began pulling about 600 troops from Syria last year. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
All traffic is stopped on the field. Aircraft upside down. We have a passenger aircraft upside down.
This is Levant Fire. Requested with the tanker to respond to Bangor International Airport for an overturned aircraft.
7 people are dead and 1 critically injured after a private jet crashed during takeoff at Bangor International Airport in Maine. The FAA says 8 people were on board, with the pilot surviving the crash. Emergency crews responded just before 8 local time. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani says the city should return to normal Tuesday following a major weekend snowstorm that dropped nearly a foot of snow.
Our goal is for all services to be fully restored by tomorrow, with all streets cleared, students back at school in person, and our city back to normal, albeit with a lot of snow piled up.
Mamdani says thousands of sanitation workers plowed and salted streets. Though crews are still working, a hazardous travel advisory remains in effect. Texas is getting through the current Arctic freeze, but energy experts warn future storms could pose bigger risks.
We don't have all the power plants we need.
University of Houston professor Ed Hers says rapid population growth is straining the grid, adding that while the new generation is coming online, it may not be enough as Texas adds more than 1,000 residents a day. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.92 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.16. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it. Where'd we leave off there? You can dial us back up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, what I was able to find from Eagle's question about Bovino, the guy that's he's the guy that's constantly been coming out, the man in charge, you would say, of ICE. Yeah, there in Minneapolis, he never wears a mask. He's not hiding his identity. The update says a top official for Homeland Security denying the report that he's been removed from his role as commander-at-large for the Border Patrol and will return to his job in California, where he is expected to retire sometime pretty soon. This past day, I guess first coming down from the Atlantic, they reported Bovino had been ousted, supposedly citing a Homeland Security official and several people that had knowledge of the situation. After which, the Assistant Secretary, Tricia McLaughlin, denied that report, posting on X, stating Chief Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. As the press secretary stated from the White House podium, that would have been Caroline Leavitt, he is a key part of the president's team and a great American. Earlier Monday, obviously President Trump and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz striking a conciliatory tone. Indeed, there was that private phone conversation about what's taking place there. Kind of a sign, they say, that the two sides are trying to find a way to end this standoff with the deportation drive that has now seen two fatal shootings there in Minneapolis. So that's all I can tell you. That's where things stand at this moment in time. Meanwhile, I mentioned from FreightWaves' in-depth breakdown this past day, where the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy dropped what they've been calling the nuclear option. In an appearance on Katie Pavlich, Sean Duffy made clear that withholding $200 million in federal funding is not the end of this fight. Speaking of California, if California doesn't come into compliance on the non-domiciled CDL issue, we will eventually pool their ability to even issue commercial driver's licenses to anybody in California. That, yes, the nuclear option. Not just the 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs at the center of this fight, but every single CDL in the state, he says. I've written extensively about this standoff since we released the audit findings last September, which showed roughly 25% of California's non-domiciled CDLs were improperly issued. Yeah, I've covered the $160 million funding hit. I've warned about the decertification authority, which most people in this industry didn't even know existed. Now, they go into the background of how we got here, and this didn't start with the Trump administration's September emergency rule restricting non-domiciled CDLs to certain visa categories. The rule, which limited eligibility to H-2A and H-2B, as well as E-2 visa holders, has been stayed by the D.C. Circuit since November. The court found that petitioners were likely to succeed on their claims that the FMCSA violated federal law in that rulemaking. The California problem predates all of that. The review back in August of last year found California had been violating federal regulations, regulations that existed long before Sean Duffy ever even took office, issuing CDLs with expiration dates that extended years beyond drivers' lawful presence in the country. In one case, he said that still makes my blood boil, California issued a driver from Brazil a CDL with passenger and school bus endorsement that remained valid months after his legal presence expired. That's not a new rule problem. That's a California screwed up problem. California then agreed in November to revoke those 17,000 improperly issued licenses by January 5th. Then just a couple of days before, they unilaterally announced a 60-day extension to March 6th. Duffy's response on X was straight to the point, saying, quote, Gavin Newsom is lying. The FMCSA never agreed to an extension. California proceeded anyway. January 7, the DOT made good on the threat to withhold approximately $160 million in National Highway Performance Program and Surface Transportation Block Grant funds. That's on top of the $40 million already withheld over the refusal to enforce the English language proficiency. So, the math. The nuclear math, he explains. California has more than 700,000 CDL holders. The state is home to the nation's largest trucking workforce, over 138,000 truck drivers moving straight through the ports of L.A. and Long Beach, the agricultural heartland of the Central Valley, and every retail distribution center feeding the country's largest consumer market. Under full decertification, California would be prohibited from issuing, renewing, transferring, or upgrading any commercial learner's permits or licenses until the FMCSA determines they've corrected their deficiencies. Previously issued CDLs would technically remain valid until the stated expiration dates, but here's where it really gets ugly, he explains. Other states could refuse to recognize California credentials during their non-compliance period. The FMCSA could issue guidance declaring CDLs issued by a non-compliant state invalid for interstate commerce. The Commercial Driver's License Information System, which enables interstate verification, could ultimately flag every California license. For those 700,000 CDL holders, decertification would not just be an administrative headache, it would effectively ground them from operating in interstate commerce. That would be ugly. Now, he says, I've been doing compliance work in this industry for over 25 years. I've never seen a federal-state confrontation escalate this fast or this far. With 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs at the center of this fight, representing just over 9% of California's for-hire carrier base, I believe that number represents under half the total increase in CDLs. It's not just about 17,000 drivers anymore. J.B. Hunt's analysis suggests between non-domiciled CDL restrictions and English language proficiency enforcement, we could see anywhere from 214 to 437,000 drivers removed over the next 2 or 3 years. The FMCSA estimates 97% of the 200,000 current non-domiciled CDL holders nationwide will not be able to satisfy the new requirements under the September rule, assuming it survives the legal challenge. Transport Futures economist Noel Perry puts the at-risk population even higher when accounting for undocumented drivers and new hire restrictions, potentially 600,000 possibly. Whether those numbers hold up or not, we don't know. But one thing is clear. The days of states running their CDL programs with what Duffy called reckless disregard for federal requirements, that is coming to an end. What happens next? Right now, California is stuck between a rock and a hard place that they created for themselves. On the one hand, the federal government withholding $200 million threatening to revoke the state's authority to issue any commercial credential. On the other hand, a class action lawsuit filed by the Asian Law Caucus, the Sikh Coalition, as well as the Weil, Gotzel, and Manges LLP, arguing that the DMV's own administrative errors caused these mismatches when it comes to the expiration dates, and drivers should be able to immediately reapply for corrected credentials. Now, they're not wrong about the clerical errors. The DMV admitted in correspondence with the federal regulators that there were shortcomings of their technical systems and processes that led to these mismatched dates. But that does not help California's legal position with the FMCSA. It actually strengthens it. If California knew they had systemic programming errors that extended CDL expiration dates beyond work authorization periods, why didn't it fix them before the feds came knocking on the door? That's the question that should concern every carrier operating in interstate commerce. A CDL issued in violation of federal requirements may not be valid for interstate operations, meaning drivers holding those credentials could face enforcement action in any state. And carriers dispatching them could actually face liability exposure, significant liability. Now, Governor Newsom told the press that the DOT had agreed to that March 6th extension, to which Duffy says is absolutely not true. FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars has been equally clear. We will not accept a corrective plan that knowingly leaves thousands of drivers holding non-compliant licenses behind the wheels of 80,000-pound trucks in open defiance of federal safety regulations. California's argument that their CDL holders are involved in fatal crashes at a rate far below the national average, and the Texas-issued licenses have a 50% higher rate of fatal crashes, might play well in press releases, but it does not address the fundamental regulatory compliance issue. The FMCSA didn't withhold $160 million because of crash rates. It withheld funding because California admitted to issuing 17,000 licenses in violation of federal requirements, then refused to revoke them on the agreed timeline. All right, that nuclear option is on the table. And based on everything I've seen, he says, everything I've seen from Duffy over the past 6 months, I would not bet against him actually using it.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, who we got checking in there? Hello, Gary. Gary Montgomery's Scrapyard in the house. Rumble Strip is the handle. Morning Stream, Rumble Strip here, leaving Minneapolis, headed for Fargo. A balmy 7 degrees at this hour. What's the wind chill? Yeah, that's what's getting us. So we're actually colder here this morning than you are in Minneapolis. I think we're like 1 below outside the secret air temperature, 1 below. Let's see. We'll head out to, I do believe, Denver, Colorado. Is this Michael?
Yeah. Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. It's so great to be with you. I'm actually a second-time caller. I listen to you on 710 KNUS here in Denver, but I called in years ago. But nice to be with you. How are you?
Doing well. Hey, thanks for dialing us up. What's going on?
Not much. Hey, I heard you talking a little bit about the ICE Minneapolis shooting at the beginning of the show, and I was going to add something kind of interesting that I had come across earlier today. So, back in 2025, President Trump signed this what's called an anti-woke executive order that says tech companies that are looking to sell their AI technology to the federal government must prove their AI isn't woke. And, a lot of people that are getting their information, reading stories about, situations like the ICE shooting, they're getting information that's supported by AI. And, the AI companies, basically, the way I understand it, under this executive order, it's basically saying that if the narrative of an event or a story is deemed to be woke, it won't even be allowed to be put out into public dissemination. Basically, it won't even be allowed to be used, even if, for example, the ICE agent was in the wrong in that, said situation. And so I was just, wanting to get your thoughts on that. How do you feel about the federal government kind of trying to police AI in a sense? And do you think that, we need more regulations on stuff like this? How do you think this is going to affect, people's public perception of events like this?
Well, all I know is they're having a difficult time reeling in AI on a number of circumstances. Grok under investigation right now for the capabilities of, I guess, dressing down females, making them appear to be nude and things like that. You've got lawsuits regarding AI and giving bad advice to teenagers who might have mental issues and committing suicide based on the information they're getting. I mean, all the experts told us and have been telling us all along that this is a ugly scenario that can unfold if you don't keep a lid on. The information that goes in, garbage in is going to translate to garbage out, right? And we know for a fact many of these people that are programming this stuff fit into that category, definitely on the woke side.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I just, I found it interesting when I read this article earlier that I did not know that initial executive order was handed down that says, if an AI company is putting out information deemed to be woke, it cannot be accepted by the federal government, or they're not going to use any of their contracts with companies like Google AI, the Microsoft, the Gemini. And it's like, it seems a little restrictive, because, not to get too political, but, Republicans are all about less government, right? Limited government. And it seems like, they're wanting to, police what information is being put out more by this executive order. And if, a lot of people, when they Google a news story, for example, like what happened with the ICE Minneapolis shooting, AI is the first thing that comes up in that Google search
every
result.
time. Yeah.
And if it's deemed to be woke, it's not going to be allowed. Like if it says, the ICE agent killed this person and it was basically unprovoked. If Trump says, no, that's a woke story and that's not allowed to be put out. Well, that seems like kind of going against the platform of the Republican Party of less government and less regulation. And I don't know. I just thought it was something interesting to bring up on the show. But yeah. So.
All right. Well, you make a valid point, Michael, as far as, less government. That's typically what the conservative Republican side stands for. You're correct about that. Yes, and when you do a search, you notice, I don't know how many months ago that really started. Yeah, a Google search used to just come up with news headlines from various sources, be it ABC, CBS, Fox, whatever the source might be, to link you to those. Now the AI, I think the AI is scouring through or disseminating all the various headlines and piecing together what you find when you do the Google search. But when it comes to executive orders regarding woke policies, it wasn't just artificial intelligence. I mean, President Trump signed executive orders removing all this woke, the DEI from the Department of Education, which essentially they're totally dismantling that, eliminating woke policies from all the leadership and the various military branches. How many generals and whatnot were booted out due to their woke leanings, or scrubbing the government records of any sort of woke policies. I mean, from top to bottom, he pretty much said all this woke garbage is out of here. All righty, so news break coming up. Brain Dead forward a story my way this past day where out of Memphis, Tennessee, job losses. Nike, they say, is expecting to lay off over 700 employees in Tennessee and Mississippi, a result of the company's decision to, they say, consolidate some of their services from U.S. distribution operations. Nike said 775 employees will be impacted by this decision, but the details are in the fine print. We are sharpening our supply chain footprint, accelerating the use of advanced technology and automation. There's your artificial intelligence taking these jobs and investing in the skills our teams need for the future. All right, news break as we head up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says crews are making progress clearing roads after the weekend snowstorm, but work continues statewide.
People are really, I think, staying home, which I think is a great thing. Even today, it's pretty light. The interstates are sort of open. They're open, but you have to be careful.
DeWine says there were around 12 times more disabled vehicles than the weekend before, adding that extremely cold temperatures overnight are now the biggest concern. This storm is also responsible for fatalities in Tennessee, Arkansas, Kansas, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Texas. PowerOutage.us says over 600,000 customers remain without power. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says Minneapolis area immigration enforcement and recent deadly shootings of civilians by ICE agents could not happen in Florida because state law requires local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE.
We're going to continue with positive cooperation. It's certainly made a difference here in Florida.
DeSantis says Florida has handed thousands of illegal aliens to federal authorities.
It's nothing less than criminal what's happening. And yes, it could happen in Florida because of the lack of leadership that we have with Ron DeSantis.
Democratic leaders, including Florida legislators, say the governor should focus on state issues like affordability rather than national politics. TikTok says they're working to restore service after a power outage at a U.S. data center caused sporadic disruptions over the weekend. Some users also claimed that videos about Saturday's deadly ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis were being suppressed. TikTok says they are addressing technical issues. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 313 points. The S&P 500 added 34, and the Nasdaq rose 100 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia.
The White House says President Trump is closely monitoring the massive winter storm impacting much of the country.
These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump has approved federal disaster declarations for 12 states and remains in constant contact with FEMA to ensure access to critical emergency resources. A group of Democratic lawmakers is threatening to cut Homeland Security funding, raising the possibility of a government shutdown.
How can you, in good conscience, continue funding a department without the guardrails and protections? We need independent investigations.
California Senator Alex Padilla says federal immigration agents are acting with reckless disregard for life. Any funding changes would require House approval. Lawmakers are not back in session until next month. Southwest Airlines is ending its longtime open seating policy on Tuesday. The airline says customers will now get to choose from 3 seating options when booking, with seat type determining boarding order and eligibility for perks. Southwest says the change reflects shifting consumer preferences. AAA reports a national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Somebody made is that a valid point? Suggesting Greenland has deployed their weather on us as an unexpected first strike. I think Bob Golden posted that. Yeah, I think it does feel a bit like, more like Greenland right now in the eastern USA, doesn't it? And actually, it looks a bit more like it as well. I have indeed seen some of the satellite imagery. The snow cover that blankets the eastern half of the country. Horse feathers, you actually brought that up last week, a before and after photograph. Yep, there's a lot of white in them satellite photos now. What's happening, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. There. So, you don't have the number of states listed, do you? That you would look where last week there, what you had for snow coverage, and then what you have this week now for snow coverage?
I don't have that, no.
Yeah, okay. I know sometimes in the past there, you've actually had the actual numbers of states that had snow coverage there through the wintertime. But anyways, that's a little bit chilly here. They're forecasting for Baltimore area there that the overnight lows are supposed to be down into the single digits there, and the highs aren't supposed to make it to the freezing mark. But hey, speaking of that, did you know you can't trade your zero for a 32 because they both could be freezing? Because 0 Celsius is freezing just Fahrenheit. Like 32 Fahrenheit's freezing.
Yeah. I'll trade a 32F for a 0F.
There you go.
Huh? I did a quick search.
There you go.
The AI overview says the massive winter storm brought extensive snow cover to the lower 48, reports indicating up to 70.4% of the U.S. now covered in snow. One of the highest levels in a decade.
Yeah, I definitely believe it since 2016, because that was the last real major snow that Maryland had there. We had back-to-back storms there. I think it was a Tuesday and a Thursday, and both of them put down somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 inches apiece. So we had just shy of 4 feet there in 3 days total. So that was a good storm there. Good week of storm that we had. Took a lot to dig out. We actually had a neighbor there that was Baltimore County Police, and the National Guard was working there for the state, and they were going to bring their Humvee up to get him because they wanted him to come in and be on the job because he said his four-wheel drive truck wasn't getting there. So they said, we'll send the Humvee up. Humvee will go get him. Humvee got halfway up our road, turned around and said, yeah, we ain't getting there. So he ain't coming in. But it was a pretty decent snowstorm. It was probably 3 days before they finally got our road dug out. And so anyways, nothing like that now. But we did end up sometime after the storm started there Saturday, well into the darkness Saturday night. By Sunday morning there, we had about 8 inches of the nicest, lightest, fluffiest, puffiest snow you'd ever want to have. And took snowblower out and cleaned all that up out of the driveway. Had everything all looking pretty good, but it was still snowing along a little bit. And got about another inch and a half of snow down, and it all turned to sleet after that, and ended up mostly with about another inch and a half of sleet, and possibly at the very end a little bit of freezing rain, but I don't think we had very much of that. But there was 2 inches of crust. I mean, you could have built igloos with this stuff, Your Honor. I mean, if you went out and that thing they used to show on TV where that little rectangular thing with a handle and you shove it in the snow and make the little blocks and you could make bricks out of the snow. If you had one of them and you were going around cutting this stuff up, you could have built an igloo with this stuff, 2 inch, bricks 2 inches thick.
Wow. And
full driveway full of it. I mean, you had to take square point, shovel out and scrape the blacktop and pop it up from underneath to break it, and it was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly trying to get the driveway cleaned up there yesterday morning. So we got through it all. Ended up the best way to break it up, because it was to actually just run the big F-350 up and down the driveway over top of it and just bust it all up with the F-350 and grind it all back into that granular snow that.
Something you can move.
Almost like sleet. But, yeah, then the snowblower chewed it all up and got rid of it. So by the time we got done the end of the day yesterday, it actually, with the sun on the blacktop, with no salt or anything, the driveway was pretty much dried off. It was melted down, what residual was left on it, and pretty well dried. A little bit of breeze blowing.
Yeah.
Still have a decent breeze blowing. They said the wind was supposed to quit overnight, and that doesn't appear to have happened. So anywhere, now everybody's going to say the snow's all iced over, crusted over with all this sleet and freezing rain. But wind does amazing things to snow, especially this iced over snow. It will dry it. It's going to dry the moisture right out of the snow, and all that ice is going to just evaporate out, and we're going to have blowing, drifting snow out of this. So we got, a good solid 8 inches on the ground, snowbanks of 3 feet high, and at any point the wind decides to start blowing here at any decent amount, there's definitely going to be snow-covered roads. They're going to blow over without any doubt. So anywhere anybody's running, especially the 2-lane roads, the back roads, just keep an eye out. You get some open fields where the wind can blow across, and we're going to have that. So anyways, Brain Dead sent you something there about saying that AI's taking jobs away, huh?
Yeah, 100%. Nike, 775 jobs, automation and AI.
You realize Peterbilt's doing the same thing, don't you? With this new 589 truck. So there was somebody I was watching there the other day, did a video, and they were comparing the 389, which is the truck we've all ended up having to like because we no longer can get the 359 or the 379, which probably the 379 was probably one of the most popular trucks out there. And so Peterbilt decided they wanted to make it different and give the owner-operators something that they didn't have any choice in getting if they wanted to keep that classic look. So you ended up with the 389, and it was mostly the same as the 379. The cab ended up being a little bit bigger, which us Peterbilt people, we, for the most part, like the narrower cabs. That was what we like. We don't like a big wide hood out in front of us. We like that narrower, straighter hood out in front of us. And we like a clutch pedal that goes through the floor, and we like our clutch or our brake and throttle pedal kind of together on the floor, so you can work them kind of together with one foot. And anyways, this new 589 is coming out, and well, the cab is made much wider to make it easier to get through between the seats to the sleeper, because that's important to make sure that you can have time. You're not supposed to stay in the driver's seat. You're supposed to be walking back and forth between the cab and the sleeper.
Right.
And they've had to make the hood wider to accommodate the wider cab, so you don't have the classic look of the truck, the way it was. For the most part, I think you're only going to be able to get a one-piece windshield, which is a curved glass, which I actually have in my 389. It was an option that my boss decided to go for. And the one thing I found about the curved glass is because it's further out in the middle and closer in on the sides, it's, I guess that makes it concave on the inside. Any interior lighting, so if you open up a laptop or the phone lights up, it makes a wicked glare across the whole windshield because of the curvature of it. It actually, instead of just being one spot that a normal glass would have a reflection, this curved glass actually makes a glare the whole way across the windshield. And anyways, the other thing they did is they took the clutch pedal, instead of coming up through the floor, they have it hanging off the dashboard, and it's supposed to be easier to push because truck drivers are weak little people. They can't push a regular clutch. So this is going to be a hydraulic over air clutch that hangs from the dash, and the brake pedal is going to hang from the dash. And pretty much what they've done is they've taken the name off the side of a Western Star and stuck a red oval on the side of it. So I guess if you like Western Stars, then I guess the 589 will be a good truck. Lots of plastic. They've taken away gauges. I guess there's only room for 6 gauges next to their computerized electronic dash panel that has all what would be the telemetry for the truck, your tachometer, speedometer, your oil pressure and water temperature and things. So you only get 6 extra gauges now for the owner-operator package. And I don't know. So anyways, but what I'm getting to with it is they were saying that the 589 is going to be built by robots, where the 389 was being built still manually by people. And I forget it doesn't matter which way it is. It's either 4 people for 10 hours or 10 people for 4 hours. Either way, it takes 40 hours to build the cab of the truck, with the riveting it all together with the Huck rivets that they use. And but anyways, the automation's gonna do it. The robot's gonna do it by itself in 4 hours. So it might have been 4 guys for 10 hours, I think is what it was, and then but the robot's gonna do it in 4 hours. And I I believe 4 hours, 10 hours. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's a lot less time and no people. So Peterbilt's putting their cab assembly people to the wayside when they get done with the 389s and start building the 589s and wherever they're building them at. But anyways, I hope they make out well with them. But I sat in one down Louisville, wasn't real impressed. I actually liked the Legend truck better that Kenworth came out with, but Kenworth is only making 1,000 of those. So if you don't have your name on a Legend truck, probably by now you probably won't be able to get one. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, I sent you a few other things, and I posted a couple things there on the regular fan page there from down there at the Kennedy Space Center. They came across a couple things there about the big mover there. I forget what Philip called that thing there. The crawler that's been moving.
That moved the SLS rocket out to the pad. Yeah.
Yep. But but as he says, that was made for the Apollos and the Saturn V rockets that started hauling them out there from the assembly building, and has gone through the space shuttle program and now Artemis. And then there was a second one there that pretty much talked about the whole complex and everything. So if you have any, interest or, want to learn anything new or something you might not know that might be there, it might be a good little look into. And I don't know. I know I sent you some other things for show prep there the other night, so hopefully you got to use some of that. I didn't get the chance to listen much last night's show. I stayed home. I didn't feel like going out. I actually was listening to another driver who's probably been driving about the same amount of time I have, and he stated the fact that he sat through the storm. I sat through the storm. Not that I couldn't go out and drive in it. I've done it. I've proved it. I know I can do it. But it's not the same driving it used to be. We're not driving with the same class of people we used to drive with. There's a whole different breed of people.
All you have to do is scour through the industry headlines, or just scour through the reels and the shorts and the YouTube post. The number of trucks that were either in the ditch or in the medium or had crossed over into oncoming traffic. How much carnage? How many big trucks you think were destroyed with that storm over the past 3-4 days? It's a bunch of them.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Hello to Larry. I don't know, getting a late start tonight, are we? Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. On a different run tonight. Actually headed down to Horsefeather's neck of the woods. Going to Jessup, Maryland. Then back to Wilmington, Delaware. And hopefully they'll get my load out of the stack there. All right. Robots. Taking our jobs, right? Roki did a little look back over the years. Studies on industrial robots, obviously heavily used in auto assembly. Estimating the broader manufacturing impacts somewhere between 400 and 750,000 U.S. jobs affected. Yeah, we're going back 1990 to 2007. The auto sector having the highest robot density. Evidence from the U.S. labor market's 2017. Hello, Gary. 2 degrees at this hour, Southwest Ohio. It's cold out there. Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave, I do believe, checking in for the first time this new week.
Yes, good morning, Senor. Heading into the yard. So I'd say this damn weather was a bust out here. We didn't get hardly anything. Maybe if we got 5, we got 4 inches of snow. Albuquerque didn't get much. So sucks being the start. But, yeah, just been a busy damn day.
So ultimately, Eagle really got screwed on that deal, as it turned out, because the company canceled his Albuquerque load because they thought it was going to be too bad for him to get out there, and they ended up turning him around for a load that had to take him up. I guess he ended up stuck in like Terre Haute, Indiana, and they had to go up to Chicago, no less.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah, he was stuck in Indiana, road closed, trucks all over the place in the ditch.
Well, what he was saying that before he got canceled, he was talking about going down to El Paso, and apparently I-10 got hammered in Texas, so he'd been screwing the pooch one way or the other, that's for sure.
Yeah, everything.
So I got 28 here in Albuquerque. Any takers?
I'd be happy for 28.
Sold to the lowest bidder. Well, poor Alicia, she had to go in for some dental work today, and it was about 6 hours worth. And so we were just not real happy about it, but it had to be done. And so she's in a little bit of pain right now, but we're hoping by next week everything will be all right, where the doctor can take the stitches out, or the dentist rather can take the stitches out. And yeah, so we're hoping for a new start with her, and she's looking forward to the end result. I asked her yesterday morning if she was ready for it, and she's like, no. It's like, well, kid, it's going to happen. Sorry to tell you this. So, yeah, we were coming in Friday morning. When I left Iowa, I mean, it was 6 degrees, and it really didn't rise much higher than 10 on the way, but we got into Denver. And the funny thing is, we had a Salt Lake City trailer. And going to Denver, we figured, well, they didn't want us to be in the storm. Now, they tried giving us another Salt Lake City run with another Salt Lake City trailer. I said, why in the hell did you give us that when we already had a Salt Lake City? Oh, I don't know. It's just not a whole lot of communication between the dispatchers.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, we made it Friday and crossed over Raton Pass, and it was the difference of night and day temperature-wise. So, we did all right. I did my fair share of burning wood in my fireplace, so I was pretty happy about that. But we just got the cold. We didn't get much anything else.
Well, we ended up, I think we ended up with, the city officially like 10 point some odd inches. Outside the bunker, it was more like, I think 12, 13. Not too far north of us, they hit 16 inches.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think. Keep the bugs off your glass. And the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Making our way into a Tuesday, 27th day, January. Indeed, yeah, they tell us the president and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had a little phone conversation. And apparently, I don't know, what's the deal? Tim Walz has agreed to cooperate with federal authorities as part of a broader effort to bring down the temperature. The president posted a statement on his Truth Social account saying Walz called him with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. He said the call was a very good call, that he and the governor seemed to be on a similar wavelength. In a statement, the president said he would have Tom Homan call Walz, and federal authorities wanted any and all criminals they have in their possession. Trump went on to say Walz very respectfully understood that, and that he would speak to the governor again soon. The president also cited what he described as tremendous success in so many other cities, Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, and virtually every other place where we've touched as far as reducing crime. Crime in Minnesota's way down. He's added that both he and Walz want to make it better. I don't know. Why this sudden about-face? This after weeks of tensions with ICE trying to enforce immigration law. But apparently before he made that call, the president had already announced that he was going to be sending Tom Homan to the CD, the border czar. And Tom will be there, boots on the ground, this morning. Things that make you go, All right, welcome back, Heat Wave.
Hey, thank you much. Appreciate it. Oh, goodness. Just throwing stuff in the tractor for the big run tonight. Yeah, I think Timmy is trying to make a political move like he's the peacemaker. Well, how in the hell can you be the peacemaker when you started the damn war?
Right.
That's like Hitler saying, okay, I give up. Let's talk peace. No, you start the damn thing, you wind up being the one that pays. And so if I could give really two rips about what the little Timmy has to say, or that other idiot Fries.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't trust them. They got something up their damn sleeve, but Trump's smart. He knows what to expect, I'm sure. So, anyway, Well, I guess it's going to be a Northeast versus Northwest Super Bowl, huh?
How about that? Yes, the tale of two corners of the country. Who's it going to be? Seattle or
New England?
New England.
Well, you know, they weren't even thought of as even the top 10 teams to even be considered making a Super Bowl. And New England having a first-year coach is like, well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, anyways, well, I guess I need to. I'll leave it there. Somebody hits it, I'm insured. We got cameras out here at the yard as well, so that's good too. So, no, you know, I don't think Trump is capitulating to anything there. I think the guy that was there in charge of the roundup, you know, he probably just told his boys, you know, it's getting worse out here. We need to do something to let these people know we ain't playing around. So I had no issues with the way things were going. You follow the law. If you can't follow the law, guess what? Consequences will ensue. And apparently some people didn't get the damn message. And those that didn't wound up 6 foot under. I mean, if you turn it around and make this where it's a conservative against a liberal, don't you think the liberals would be screaming bloody damn hell because, oh my God, they're doing away with our rights? And now it's the liberals are doing it, and they're saying they're doing what they're doing for the rights of the people. Well, what about the church folks? I really don't think they said, hey, come on in, raise a little bit of hell. That's what we're
no,
here
they
for.
did not.
No. So.
And Don Lemon.
I'm sorry.
Don Lemon's still sitting on eggshells waiting to see what his fate's going to be. I don't think they're done with him yet.
Well, I tell you what, I truly hope that they make an example out of him. And when he says as he's being held back by the white man, just remember this. He's married to a white man.
A white male, yeah.
So,
the irony of it all with Don Lemon.
Yeah, talk about having your cake and wanting someone else's cookies too. Eesh. And that's it. So, anyways, yeah, I didn't really have a whole hell of a lot this morning, but I sure hope it was entertaining. Hey, you have yourself a good morning.
All right. Thanks for checking in. It's an interesting read, and I think Newsmax had shared it via their website this past day. And, yeah, I'll share you. You make the call. What do you think? We know factually that many of these agitators and individuals that have been participating all these weeks in Minneapolis are being paid. Paid protesters, paid agitators. Kash Patel this past day actually posted via X, something along the lines of, we have discovered who is funding these paid agitators. Can't help it. Didn't divulge who it is. Yeah, but that's kind of I don't know if that's a shot across the bow, letting them know we know who you are. Yeah, cease and desist, or what that's going to be. But this was from a Special Forces veteran who said this is an actual insurgency that's taking place in Minneapolis. So here we go. A chilling warning from someone who knows exactly what a war zone looks like. Eric Schwalm, a former Special Forces warrant officer with years of experience running counterinsurgency operations, sounding the alarm. Yeah, what's happening in Minneapolis is not a protest. It is a sophisticated domestic insurgency, he says. As a former Special Forces warrant officer with multiple rotations running counterinsurgency ops, both hunting insurgents and trying to separate them from their sympathetic populations, I've seen organized resistance up close and personal. From Anbar to Helmand Province, the pattern is familiar. Spotters, cutouts, drop deads or modern equivalents, disciplined comms, role specialization, and a willingness to absorb casualties while bleeding the stronger force slowly. What is unfolding in Minneapolis is not a protest. It is a low-level insurgency infrastructure built by people who have clearly studied the playbook. Signal groups, that's kind of like a chat group, signal groups with 1,000 members cap per zone. Dedicated roles assigned, what they call mobile chasers, plate checkers, logging vehicle data into shared databases, 24/7 dispatch nodes, vectoring assets, salute-style reporting, which is size, activity, location, unit, time, equipment. Salute-style reporting suspecting federal vehicles, daily chat rotations, and timed deletions to frustrate forensic recovery, vetting processes for any new joiners, mutual aid from sympathetic locals like teachers maybe providing cover, possible police department tip-offs on license plate lookups, home-based coordination points, rapid escalation from observation to physical obstruction or even worse. This is not spontaneous outrage. This is what they call C2, command and control, with redundancy, OPSEC hygiene, task organization that would make an SS team nod in recognition. If you were to replace ICE agents with the term occupying coalition forces, and the structure maps almost one-to-one early-stage urban cells that we hunted in the mid-2000s. The most sobering part is this is domestic, being funded and trained somewhere and directed by people who live in the same country they're trying to paralyze law enforcement in. When your own citizens build and operate this level of parallel intelligence and rapid response network against federal officers, complete with doxing, vehicle pursuits, and harassment that's already turned lethal, you are not dealing with civil disobedience. You're facing a distributed resistance that learned the lessons of successful insurgencies. Stay below the kinetic threshold most of the time, force overreaction when possible, maintain popular support through narrative, and never present a single center of gravity. I spent years training partner forces to dismantle exactly this kind of apparatus. Now, pieces of this standing up in American cities, enabled by the elements of local government and civil society, that should keep every thinking person awake at night. Not because I want escalation, but because history shows these things do not de-escalate on their own once the infrastructure exists and the cadre believe they're winning the information war. Either we recognize what we're actually looking at, or we pretend it's still just activism until the structures harden and spread. It's your call, but he ends, from where I sit, this is not January 2026 politics anymore. It's phase number one of something we've actually spent decades trying to keep off of our own soil. So, points to ponder. You make the call. What do you say? 844-844-3388.
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season. And it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship Pulling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into pulling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA Championship Pulling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Super stock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National Champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of pulling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching pulling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Pulling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapull.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every pull, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapull.com. Again, that website, ntpapull.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, modern technology. Gotta love it. And we touched on this briefly this past Friday morning. Knucklebuster brought it up in our Monday morning program. And we kind of break it down. The Department of Justice announcing that they will no longer go after criminal charges for tampering with your onboard diagnostic devices. That does not mean truck drivers can start installing these delete kits for your diesel exhaust fluid or diesel particulate filters. For years, drivers have been airing their grievances over diesel exhaust fluid and DPF requirements. In addition to the engine derate issues, many drivers complain about negative impacts on engine performance, engine lifespan. Many drivers have tried to circumvent those issues using delete kits that would reprogram the ECU, right? Tapping into the onboard diagnostics port, delete devices can stop the engine from looking for emission sensors that would regulate the DPF and DEF components. There are two problems with delete kits. First, they will void a warranty, and secondly, they're illegal. As per the Clean Air Act, tampering with emission control is a federal crime. There are also civil penalties, and that's the one Grump kind of explained. I said, all right, we know criminal penalties means you could spend time behind bars, right? Civil penalties, that's when you'll get a fine. And those civil penalties can be up to $45,000 per vehicle and per day for reporting and record-keeping violations. Fines of up to $4,500 per tampering event or sale of a delete device that can be handed down to anyone selling or making delete kits. It was December of 2024. There was a diesel mechanic in Wyoming, Troy Lake, that was given a year in prison for installing delete kits. That caught the attention of officials in D.C. We know Senator Lumens of Wyoming introduced the Diesel Truck Liberation Act to prevent people from being prosecuted or sued for tampering with emissions equipment, along with other things related to delete devices. President Trump actually pardoned the 65-year-old mechanic, so he was released from prison early. Another example of how federal agencies have been weaponized by administrations against hardworking Americans, according to Cynthia Lumens. Her bill at this point appears to be going nowhere, but anyone installing delete kits, you might be off the hook for criminal charges, well, at least for the next 3 years, due to the executive order and the Department of Justice's Environment and Natural Resources Division announcing they will no longer pursue criminal charges under the Clean Air Act based on tampering with those diagnostic devices. That's a major shift from the Department of Justice's previous approach. According to the EPA records, the agency resolved 17 Clean Air Act vehicle and engine enforcement cases in the year 2024, 30 cases in the year 23, 33 in 2022, 42 in 2021, all under the Biden administration. Truck drivers and diesel mechanics, you're not completely in the clear, as we mentioned. The DOJ says they will still pursue civil enforcement they use when appropriate. What does that actually mean? So keep that in mind. Civil penalties still exist. Jail time likely not going to be happening, but All righty, 844-844-3388. We close out another hour, a final hour coming your way right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 as sub-freezing temperatures continue. Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert in New York.
It can take 30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
The New York City Medical Examiner is going to determine cases as officials warn hypothermia and frostbite can become life-threatening quickly. Similar cold-related deaths have also been reported in Tennessee, Arkansas, Kansas, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Texas during this winter storm. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is bashing the Trump administration after a federal agent shot a U.S. citizen to death in Minneapolis.
Saturday's killing of Alex Preddy was the second such deadly shooting in Minneapolis this month. Bass is calling on President Trump to remove armed federal forces from Minneapolis and other American cities. She calls the deployment of federal agents in the Twin Cities unconstitutional and unlawful. Bass also referenced legal action she and other mayors are taking against the Trump administration to immediately end what she calls a militarized presence in American communities. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A federal appeals court is declining to reconsider a decision upholding the disqualification of Alina Habba as the top federal prosecutor in New Jersey.
According to an order issued Monday, the judges who ruled that Habba was unlawfully appointed to the position did not ask to rehear the case. Most of the judges also voted against putting the matter in front of the full court. That decision will keep a ruling intact that determined Habba's tenure became unlawful when she remained in the role after her 120-day interim term expired. This ruling may also allow for a Supreme Court battle over the president's efforts to keep his preferred prosecutors in U.S. attorneys' offices across the nation. I'm Liz Warner.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 313 points. The S&P 500 added 34, and the NASDAQ rose 100 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson and Attorney General Nick Brown has sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying a leaked internal memo allowing ICE to enter homes without judicial warrants is unconstitutional.
ICE is, to be blunt, completely and totally out of control.
They say if federal agents violate residents' constitutional rights in Washington state, the state will use every legal option to hold them accountable and protect citizens. California officials say 120 people were arrested during a week-long human trafficking operation across multiple counties. That includes San Diego.
120 individuals were arrested, 87 arrested for loitering, 25 for solicitation, and 8 for pimping and pandering.
Attorney General Rob Bonta says the 6-day effort spanned Sacramento, Fresno, and San Diego counties, adding that more than 1,000 trafficking victims have been rescued statewide over the last 5 years. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston is doubling down on the city's use of flock cameras.
Mayor Mike Johnston says the flock cameras dramatically improve the city's ability to track stolen cars, and he says he has addressed privacy concerns.
Our new system now does not share any data with the federal government or any federal employees.
Johnson controversially extended the flock contract unilaterally despite objections from city council. I'm Connor Shreve.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas, $2.88. Hawaii is up to $4.92 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.16. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
What do you say? Final hour. Here we go. Off and rolling. 27th day of January. And we ain't warming up anytime soon. Yeah, looking at some of the current temperatures around the country. It's cold out there. I'm showing 14 at this hour in Boston, 12 in Chicago. Single digits in Indianapolis, 6 degrees. And 13 in the Bronx this morning. 1 degree, Columbus, Ohio. Even in the deep south, freezing this morning. 28 degrees to Houston, Texas. 26 in San Antonio. Bundled up. And we're not going to see much improvement in the coming days, according to forecasters. We're locked into the deep freeze. We're supposed to have the, what do they call it, the Clash? It's some track, what is it, Bowman Gray? Something like that. Is that North Carolina, South Carolina? I'm not even sure exactly where that track is. That's supposed to be this upcoming weekend, and they're already talking about a potentially another big winter storm. Yeah, last I checked, I don't think NASCAR has snow tires, right? We may see a postponement of the Clash, thanks to Old Man Winter. Yeah, meanwhile, let's see. You hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah.
All right, we got you. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I wanted to finish up what I was saying earlier about the Trump and ICE. Go back to this Bovino. Okay, yeah, like I said, Steve, this Bovino guy, I believe that that video that came out, like I say, I'm not gonna say what I really want to say because it don't seem as though you don't agree with it, so I'm not gonna. No, I haven't go into deep. But the video,
I haven't.
What?
I haven't said anything, Eagle. I hadn't given my take. I mean, yeah, Pappy he kind of gave his take on if you're carrying a gun and then you start committing a crime, you're no longer allowed to have the gun. I mean, what I saw is, and I question. It looks to me like one of the ICE officers or Border Patrol agents, whoever it was, looks like they removed the weapon from his holster. And I'm seeing some reports that say the agent might have accidentally pulled the trigger while he was, walking away with the gun. I mean, they're looking into that, and hearing the sound of a gunshot, the other agents opened fire on the guy. I think to me, I do agree that it doesn't look real good. It looks the investigation's going to continue, but I think there might be some fault to be possibly had involving the officers. I don't know how it's going to end.
Yeah. Okay. Well, obviously, Donald Trump and his people see this, and they know that we're coming up on midterms. It's not a good look, whether it was done on purpose or whether it was done by mistake. Mm-hmm. Not a good look for the Republicans. People are raising all kind of hell about what happened. Like I said, I agree with what you said. I agree with what Pappy said. I'm on your side. Same thing with the woman. Both of them, if they would have been at home like they were supposed to be, if he's a nurse, he'd have been at work and not being out there protesting, he would be alive right now. So you got to think, as my football coach used to tell me when I played football, you got to think about the consequences of your actions. There are consequences for things that you do. If you don't want nothing bad to happen to you or something to hurt you, then you might want to stay away from those activities. Something just simple as that. So, like I said before, I believe that if you look at the guy, I believe that the gun might have misfired, just like you said. The guy, whoever that guy is that took the gun from his waist, he might have mistakenly had his hand on the trigger and fired the gun, and that alerted all the other officers. And naturally they're gonna start firing. That's what it looks like. Is that it was a mistaken, and they thought the guy really had a gun. The guy said, I think the guy might have hollered gun when he took the gun off the man's body, and it mistakenly went off, and all them guys heard gun, and they started firing. But like I say, the left, we already know the left is gonna use this video for everything. They gonna wear this video. They gonna show this video so much that it's gonna be worn out. And Bovino was the casualty of this because he was the leader of the ICE in Minnesota. So naturally he's gonna be the first one to get kicked out of town. Like I said, Bovino didn't do nothing wrong. He was doing his job. He wasn't even at the scene, but if you talk to the left, he was there. He was actually there at the scene, which is nothing but a lie. He wasn't even there when the shooting took place. But like I said, there had to be somebody had to take a fall, Steve, as they always say. Somebody had to go. Somebody had to be the scapegoat. So they made him the scapegoat. He didn't do nothing wrong. Now, as far like we said before, Steve, about Governor Walz, fat boy if he would have done what he was supposed to do from the beginning, I blame all this on him to begin with, Steve. Both of these people would be alive right now if it all goes back to him on day number one. Him and I told you I was in shock when I heard the language of the mayor when he was using profanity to tell them to get the F out of town. Just go all the way back to day number one. If he would have in turn said like Governor Abbott down in Texas, where I live at, and the governor in Florida, if he would have said, yes, sir, President, you come on in. We gonna let you know where all the criminals are. We gonna open up the jails, let you get these people the hell out of Minnesota. We're gonna cooperate with you in any way we can to get this thing over with. Guess what? That woman will be alive, and that man, Saturday will be alive right now because the ICE wouldn't even be in town right now. They'd already swept it up, just like they did in Texas. And came in and got the bad guys out and moved on to another city. But Fat Boy can't see that. He thinks by being in the way. But see, some people have to learn the lesson hard. See, it took him a little bit longer, but it looked like he's finally coming around now. Now he want to cooperate with Donald Trump after two people have lost their lives night after night of protests. Some people, like I said, Steve, it takes some people a little bit longer to learn the right way to do things. And unfortunately, some bad things have to take place. So hopefully he will do the right thing, and just like Trump and other people said, we can get in and we'll be gone. We'll get the hell out of your city and move on to the next city and clean that place up and get these clowns out and get them out of here. Get the illegals out and the bad guys out and behind bars where they belong. That's all they try to. Nobody wants to take over their town. Nobody wants to do this fight with these people. They want the bad people, and it's just that simple. Now, as far as the other situation goes, Steve, with the what's this guy's name? The other guy, Don Lemon. This guy, Don Lemon, he continues to talk. That's the guy that needs to be arrested. This guy, he should have been. How he got away with what he did, I still don't know. Last when he busted into that church, is still a free man. But yeah, he continues to run his mouth and talk about Donald Trump. It seems like he has an obsession with Donald Trump to where he's not going to be happy until Trump is out of the White House. Because I think he thinks that Trump is responsible for costing him his job at CNN. But I got bad news for you, Don Lemon. You cost you your job at CNN with your racist attitude and your bad attitude. You're the reason why you're not at CNN television. The same thing as the other lady that got kicked out of MSNBC. Both of them out because both of them didn't deserve to be because they were racist. That's why they no longer have an employed by that. Not Donald Trump. You cost your own self that job. And but it seems as though he hasn't learned his lesson, Steve. He's still doing the same thing. So, Don Lemon, like I said, and then people on The View, all them losers, Whoopi Goldberg, and all of them are traitors to their own country. And they come on TV every day with the same old rhetoric. You should hear what they said on The View about this shooting that took place. You would think that we lived in Germany. They talking about Germany in 1930 with Hitler. These losers. That's how stupid they are. This has nothing to do with Germany or Hitler, but that's the mentality of the people of the left. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you for checking in. Let me see here. I think Pappy mentioned earlier the parents of the guy that was killed Saturday morning in Minneapolis said they actually told him to be careful out there participating in these protests. The family member said an intensive care nurse at a Department of Veterans Affairs hospital who cared deeply about people. He was upset with Trump's immigration crackdown. Now, apparently he had participated in protests following the shooting of Renee Good, who was originally from Colorado. His parents, who live in Colorado, speaking out, saying they urged him to be cautious. His dad said, we had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, about, to go ahead and protest, but do not engage. Don't do something stupid, basically. And he said he knew that. Now, said they first learned of the shooting when they got a call from an Associated Press reporter. The parents said the last conversation with their son was a couple of days before his death. Apparently talked about what repairs he had done to the garage door of his home. He said the worker that did the work on his garage door was a Latino man, and said with all the stuff that's happening in Minneapolis, he gave the guy a $100 tip. But he cared about people, and he was upset at what's happening in Minneapolis and around the country with ICE, as millions of other people are upset. Yeah, now he buys into this narrative that ICE is kidnapping children, because the parents said, quote, he thought it was terrible, kidnapping children, just grabbing people off the street. He cared about those people, and he knows it's wrong. So he did participate in the protests. So when you listen to that narrative you're hearing about, they're grabbing 5-year-olds off the street. The mainstream media will pass that on. We shared the totally debunked story last week that had been run by CBS News and ABC News right along that line. People buy into this, and in their heart of hearts, they honestly think they're doing good. They think they're doing the right thing, standing up to an oppressive government, which is, it's sad but true.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Meanwhile, still trying to get the drugs off the streets of America. As we continue to strike some of these drug boats in the Pacific and the Caribbean, said the number of dead narco terrorists is now 126. With the inclusion of those presumed dead after being lost at sea, according to the military this past day. Figures include 116 who were instantly killed and at least 36 strikes carried out since early September. 10 others believed dead because searchers did not locate them following a strike. 8 of the presumed dead had jumped off boats when American forces attacked a trio of vessels. The number was not released previously, although the military said when announcing those strikes, the Coast Guard had searched for survivors The two other people presumed dead were on boats that were attacked on October 27 and last Friday. But the president maintains we are in armed conflict with the cartels in Latin America. Said the attacks are necessary, an escalation to stem the flow of drugs. Critics continue to question the overall legality of the strikes, in part because the fentanyl behind many of the fatal overdoses in this country is typically trafficked to the U.S. Overland from Mexico, produced from chemicals that they bring in from China and India. We know all that background. Drugs not just come in here, though. Portuguese officials said this past day that authorities had recovered a record cocaine shipment after intercepting a semi-submersible near the Azores, their largest ever seizure involving a narco sub. Portugal Justice Police said investigators found close to 10 tons of cocaine aboard the craft after it was stopped about 230 nautical miles from the Azores. The largest cocaine seizure in Portugal's history. The operation, they said, carried out over several recent days and involved Portugal's Navy and Air Force and included cooperation with authorities from the United Kingdom and the United States. They said the interception took place in difficult weather conditions in the open seas. The vessel was carrying about 300 packages of cocaine when it was stopped. Authorities said 35 packages were actually lost after the semi-submersible vessel later sank. 4 people aboard the vessel were taken into custody. That were 3 Colombians and 1 Venezuelan. Investigators said the vessel had departed Latin America and was believed to be headed toward Europe. They released video footage showing officers boarding the low-profile vessel at sea, detaining suspects during the operation. These submarines, or semi-submersibles, they call them, widely used by international drug trafficking networks because they ride so low in the water they're difficult to be detected by radar. Unlike actual submarines, they generally cannot fully submerge, but their design kind of helps them blend into the sea conditions, reduce the visibility profile. Many of these vessels have been built in clandestine shipyards in remote areas of South America, used to move cocaine toward either Central America or Mexico. European authorities, though, have been increasingly warned in recent years. Traffickers are trying to attempt longer transatlantic crossings to deliver the likes of bulk shipments closer to the European markets. 10 tons. That's a lot of cocaine, I'll tell you. Let's see here. Scrapyard. How we doing this morning, Scrapyard?
Oh, just trying not to freeze to death, running around and keeping an eye on water and everything else like that. There's Patty's in there snoozing. Yeah, it's getting really weird down here. People really wilding now. We had been thefts of full-size house propane tanks. People showing up basically in the middle of the night and unhooking them and dragging them off. We had one just recently over in Sharp County. That if they just got their propane tank, a 250-gallon tank, got it filled up, and they got up and it's gone.
Wow! So we're not talking talking the little tank you use for the grill, the 15, 20-pounder. We're talking a decent sized tank.
Yeah, whole house propane tanks. Apparently, it's been going on around the state. People have been stealing full size house propane tanks after they've been filled and all that. So. Yeah, we need to find whoever did that and just take an old black snake whip and all that and cut the laundry off of them out in these temperatures. let them see how they like it. But yeah, I posted earlier. I think you may have a hacker on YouTube, either working for them or working against them, because every time you turn around, your YouTube feed is crashing. And I compared it against the app and against Facebook, and didn't see an issue on either one of those. But on the YouTube, every time you turn around, it kept falling out. So I'm wondering if somebody's not doing what they can to attack you and try to shut you up again.
I don't know. We have been having some technicalities with the computer. I don't know. I'm going to have to make a few phone calls this morning and see if we can figure anything out.
Yeah, that probably need to run a stronger antivirus and anti-malware on it. There used to be a program years ago, and it was so vicious that they had to pull it. It was called Cyber Bulldog, and even had an icon. It would detect on your computer. It had a bulldog icon you could drag around, and that bulldog would start growling when somebody was trying to attack your computer on a live attack.
Is that right?
And yeah, and then you just reached over and you clicked on it on a portion of the icon that said "sick 'em," and it would cause your computer to the power supply in it caused them to catch fire.
I'll be darned. That's fast. I never heard of that one. But hey, we got to pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City officials say the frigid weather death toll has climbed to 8 amid several unanswered questions.
Mayor Mamdani had first suggested that some of the victims might be homeless, but the circumstances linked to the deaths, that's unknown.
What we are seeing is people coming in with issues and concerns related to the weather.
Dr. Nancy Conroy is an emergency medicine expert at NYU Langone and says in the brutal cold, it doesn't take long for life-threatening problems to arise.
30 minutes for frostbite to set in if the skin is exposed to weather that is at freezing.
And the city is facing sub-freezing temps over the next week. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Kanye West is using a full-page ad in today's Wall Street Journal to apologize for past anti-Semitic remarks. West said a frontal lobe brain injury from his 2002 car crash went undiagnosed until 2023, contributing to his bipolar disorder. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I see where law enforcement are advising people, come on. We had this big winter storm. Now, please do your part and clean your vehicle off before you hit the road. Now, I know, my son was talking this past day. He said, some of these DAs out here driving around, I'm about to start pulling them over. They've got it literally a foot, 12, 14 inches of snow. And they'll clean off their windshield and their back window, but you got a foot of snow plus on the top of the vehicle. That vehicle's going to warm up at some point, and it's all going to come off, potentially catching the wind and ending up in somebody else's windshield. The case in Kentucky, that these folks only had maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches of snow on the vehicle. Looks like they had more ice than anything else. Like the sleet. But for the windshield, they cleared off, I swear, it's maybe like 1.5 foot diameter circle where whoever was behind the wheel could actually see forward. But didn't clear anything off, like the passenger side, the lower or upper part of the windshield. They call them tank commanders. Actually trying to go down the road, but that little circle you can see, you have no peripheral vision at all. Now, first of all, you can't see. But all that snow and ice eventually comes loose while you're going down the road, becomes a hazard to other people. This post says the trooper shared the picture of the driver he pulled over with that obstructed windshield. He did say, I used my discretion. I did not issue a citation, but I did make him clear the windshield and the ice before letting him drive off. Potential charges could have been obstructed windshield and careless or reckless driving. The fine could have cost several $100s. But he said the ultimate goal is to prevent crashes and keep everybody safe. So he did not issue a citation there. And after a big storm like this, where this is what we're going to begin seeing in the coming days, where you have these tractor trailers that had inches of snow. Sun comes out in the day, begins to melt it down. There's not much, doesn't look like much, but it's all turned into an 1.5 inch, 2-inch solid sheet of ice. And again, during the day, the melting, refreeze, the melting. You'll see these trucks going down the road, gigantic slabs, chunks of ice coming off. In some cases, actually penetrating other people's windshields, causing crashes. A number of states now have fines and severe penalties. I know Pennsylvania's really on top of making you clean off your vehicle before you get back out on the road. You could kill somebody. All right, took care of the news break there. Welcome back, Scrapyard.
Oh, not much. I'm just making an old Southern staple here. I got lucky out there. The dead squirrels, and I kept tearing up the bird feeders, so I'm making a pot of squirrel and dumplings this morning.
Uh-oh.
And, they kept tearing up the bird feeders, and all the birds couldn't even eat all that, so we going to make an old Southern staple. The squirrel and dumplings.
The squirrels get hungry, too.
Yeah, they get hungry and they get awful dead-gum fat, and when they get that fat, it's time to put them in the pot, I'm telling you, brother. But,
right.
And all this thievery and everything going on, and the plus, too, about the trucks. 4 years ago when we had that bad ice storm, I nearly lost my life just trying to shut my trailer doors. Big slab of that fell off there, and it fell off when I was shutting the driver's side door. And when I pulled away from the building, there was a big slab up there I didn't notice. And of course, I start my run in the dark in the winter months. And I went there to shut that door, and that big slab of ice come off there, and I woke up, froze to the ground. And my head split open. It come to the hair killing me.
Wow.
It busted a big gash on my head. And nearly broke my collarbone on my left side. I had actual bone bruising, and but yeah, that's a lot of companies, especially down here, don't have a drive under ice scrubber to clear the top of the trailer off. Unfortunately, my company's the same way. We don't have one of those, so it makes it really interesting just trying to do our job and not get somebody hurt or get hurt in the process. And, and then if that comes off going down the road and all that, anybody behind you gets hurt, well, you can be held liable and thrown in the pokey.
Mm-hmm.
So anything like that, if y'all have the option and all that, like at a shipper receiver, if they have one, use it. Or at your yard, use it. Don't let it slide. Because it's going to slide when it comes loose. So
right.
But yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, I nearly lost my life just trying to shut my doors and all that. Got battered and bruised, and when I came to on the ground and all that, my own blood had froze me to the ground through my clothing. And so you just got to be mindful of what you're doing and where you're doing it and when you're doing it.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
He's going from one extreme to the other out here on planet Earth. Out there in Hawaii, they're having big volcanic eruptions, and some research center out there, they had to evacuate it. The eruption of, I forgot what volcano it was, but it was so huge that the research center was getting covered up, and they were trying to evacuate people out of there with the stones falling out of the sky and going from fire to ice over here.
I think that's the Kilauea that's been erupting as of late, and it's been going for quite some time. But so I hadn't heard anything about a major eruption, though. See what I can find out. 19 before the hour. We were mentioning getting the drugs off the roads. Here closer to home, the members of a drug trafficking organization using semi-trucks to transport methamphetamine have been collectively sentenced to more than 278 years in federal prison. Authorities announcing here a few days ago 18 people sentenced after a 4-year-long investigation into the drug trafficking organization that specialized in transporting liquid meth by semi-truck from Mexico through Texas to Oklahoma City and elsewhere. This organization transported approximately 35,000 pounds of methamphetamine. Estimated street value would be like $64 million from Mexico into the U.S. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Oklahoma, starting at least in February of 21, these drug trafficking members smuggled liquid methamphetamine inside the fuel tanks of semi-trucks crossing the border from Mexico into the U.S. In support of the organization, 59-year-old Dennis Gutierrez ran trucking companies. He ran a DGC Express and a trucking company known as Dare Express that were responsible for hauling the shipments of drugs to Oklahoma. Investigators say he was assisted by 53-year-old Cesar Aguilar, who facilitated the transfer of the liquid methamphetamine between trucks, and another 58-year-old Adrian Cruz, who instructed the truck drivers on where to deliver the liquid methamphetamine. Part of the investigation, law enforcement seizing a 2015 Freightliner Cascadia semi, multiple firearms, tens of thousands of dollars in U.S. currency, and real estate located in Wellston, Oklahoma, as well as Edinburgh, Texas. Yeah, I guess every organization like that, you get off the streets and another pops up somewhere, right? It seems like it never ends. Vic, what's going on this morning?
Well, trying to recuperate from my day of moving snow. Where's the guy? He stayed about 5-6 feet from the mailbox. So when a lot of people woke up yesterday morning, they couldn't get out of their drive. Of course, that didn't affect me because I didn't need to, but it was kind of odd to be out there and watch everybody trying to finish up his job. And then I've been having a problem with my blood pressure being a little bit too high and my sugar readings. Well, oddly enough, when I got out there and exercised, I had a sudden drop in both of them. I kind of got lightheaded and fell down, and I thought, man, I don't think I had a stroke or anything. So I went in and took my blood pressure, and my sugar, and both of them had dropped rather precipitously. So, well, okay, that's it. And then I was kind of having used a lot of muscles, and whenever I said to my wife, I said, well, I got to kind of, do something here to get these sore muscles going. And the only thing she said was, well, you overdid it, and that's what happens when you get old. So I didn't catch a lot of your show tonight, but when you were talking about the gold and silver, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange used to have a gold-silver index, and that's of all the different gold and silver miners. So that's usually a pretty good thing to look at. But the thing I was calling about there, fussing all about this investigation, well, as far as I knew, every time there's a police shooting at any level, there's always a complete investigation. And a lot of times the officers are put on administrative leave. So I really don't know what they're talking about, because a lot of people can make a lot of make a lot of judgments and everything. But the bottom line boils down to one thing. They shouldn't have been out there interfering with police officers. But what's even more troubling is Congress is wanting to shut the government down again because they don't want DHS funding, and they were talking about the ICE officers. Well, that C in ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and what you were just talking about was the drug smuggling. If you don't have customs enforcement, the Lord only knows how many counterfeit how many counterfeit commercial items and drugs and everything else is going to be pulled across the border. So I have a bigger problem with Congress, really, than the protesters, because, number one, the 1980 Refugee Act came about because President Reagan would not give people fleeing the South American, Central American wars. He refused to give those people asylum when they were fleeing the wars. So Congress passed the 1980 Refugee Act for people that could not get asylum. So when they say we are a sanctuary city for people that have been given asylum, that's a total misuse of that term.
Right.
So, that was the main thing that I wanted to point out. And because the laws are being greatly misused, and I think that some of these officials in these cities and everything else is like, well, if you're a sanctuary city, who do you have here that has been refused asylum? Are they just all illegal? And do you have any of those people in your jail on drug charges or, well, anything, any criminal charges? So they should say, why won't you give them up voluntarily, and we'll just get them out of the country? Because I don't know if you've seen that or not, but there's something about this Trinidad Uruguay and an ATM theft ring or something. I didn't really follow up on it, but that's just what I wanted to mention real quick, that they're totally misusing sanctuary cities in the 1980 Refugee Act, because if they're here illegally, they got to go anyway to commit a criminal act, and they were given asylum, then that's the end of that, or a visa, overstay a visa. I mean, there's several different ways you can violate that Immigration and Naturalization Act. So I can't believe that Congress and these people's cities and states and everything else think they're a hero. I mean, to me, they're just outlaws, purely, plainly, and simple. And my take on it is, let's just look at the people that's what they call it, facilitating or all these different criminal acts, and then let's start looking at the people that are providing the money to all this, because putting together these protests is not a cheap thing, and I doubt that very many of those could really afford to do that, take time off work and everything else. But I don't know, maybe they're independently wealthy. And that's all I have there, Steve.
All right. Vic, good to hear from you. Stay warm. And that's going to be a difficult task here for a few days. All right. Hello to the hired gun. Checking in from Northwest Georgia this morning, right? Let me see. Talking about some of these events, he said the problem with most of these events is the top floor people start talking before they have all the facts. Some are saying that in regards to this past weekend shooting there in Minneapolis, that Kristi Noem was speaking before the facts were in. I mean, and realistically, you can't come and try to depict an official narrative before any sort of investigation, review of photos and video documentation has taken place, because it's pretty much guaranteed. The first story to come out is always going to be changed, moderated, updated, and possibly totally different than what the early information might depict. All right, Rick in Columbus checking in here this early Tuesday. 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Daughter trying to ask how the road conditions are this morning. I said, well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sitting in a studio. Yeah, based on what I've been seeing, I think interstates should be good to go this morning. 24 hours ago, it was a different story. Horse feathers, yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, early at the beginning of the show there, you went over the new exemption that came out that covers most of the United States, Canada, Mexico, South America, right. Europe, maybe Russia. I'm not sure. But now we've had an exemption, a regional exemption in effect that was supposed to expire on the 15th. But you said this one expired on the 6th. Now, does this one supersede that one, and the other one's still? Does that make that one inactive, or does that make it so that there's two out there?
I think there's two, actually, maybe three. But this one covered 40 states, though. It was 40 states.
Okay.
So.
Anyways,
I knew. Last week you had a regional exemption that covered like a half dozen states there in the Northeast, and then there was another that was out like Iowa to Nebraska. I think it included out there two separate ones, and they had different expiration dates. But this one again goes to I think it was February the 6th, right? Covering nearly the entirety of the lower 48. Now, I said at the time, here's the funny thing. You've got your rules, your regulations, your hours of service. You better follow those rules to a T, or you're going to find yourself fined, in trouble, placed out of service. But as soon as, something goes wrong, we don't need no stinking hours of service. Get out there, do your job. Just do it safely. How does that work? Kind of tells me if you'd allow drivers to do their job, do what they need to do, take a break when they need a break, take a nap when they need a nap. You know when you're feeling tired. You know when you need to get a little rest. But you can't stop because you know that 14-hour clock and your 11 driving hours, the clock is ticking, so you got to keep pushing the envelope, right? All right, final note here. The U.S. a couple days ago announced we're planning to inject $1.6 billion into an Oklahoma-based mining USA rare earth, and we will receive, I guess the government, a 10% stake in the company. According to the Financial Times, the government investment and a separate $1 billion private financing deal. The White House and USA Rare Earth said the government would receive 16.1 million shares in the Rare Earths Company along with warrants for another $17.6 million, both priced at $17.17. Washington said back last month that we're planning more historic deals with the U.S. mining sector to increase domestic production of the likes of lithium, rare earths, and other minerals we need for national defense. And, more importantly, to less rely on China. They've used those mineral prowess as leverage in trade negotiations. Hey, have a safe day. Good to have you with us. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,